Attend, O reader, our tale of wonder. Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everyone. Welcome to a brand new season of Paper Cuts, even. We took a little break there. The podcast feed, I think, should not have seen a break. But for the live viewer, it's true, it's Fat Library Cat. He's here. For the video viewer, we've taken a little bit of a break. It's now the future, nebulously, woo, and we have done a lot of work behind the scenes. It has become the third season of Paper Cuts. That's right. The first season was 60 episodes. The second season was 48, and now we begin with episode 1 of season 3. We're actually immediately diving into the first huge change for season 3 of Paper Cuts, and that is that we are now allowed to read some modern books. That's right. I actually talked to people. Can you believe it? And as a result of talking to said people, now I can read some modern books. We've got some really great stuff planned, but up first is the first thing we're going to be reading tonight. The first 5 chapters of a brand new book called Guarding Gus, which, in a nutshell, this guy is buying bonsai supplies and then suddenly hears shootouts occurring, and surprise, he has to buddy cop with another person, and they get to babysit a little gargoyle who was on the way to being a rich person's, you know, decorative trinket, so to speak. And they found him, and now they have to live their little life with Gus. And we're gonna learn more about the characters as we go here. But I'm very excited about this book. It just dropped, I think, like 2 days ago on digital storefronts. It will have a physical copy sometime in December, which I really hope the author does a signing event at Green Apple Books. I did some poking around, right? And this author, Karryn, uh, last time there was a signing event for one of Karryn's books, uh, it was at Green Apple Books, which is relatively near my current undisclosed location. So I'm hoping that another signing event happens there, because then I can show up to the signing event and be like, "Hi, I read your book on the internet, smile." But also, I love book signing events. I don't get to them very often because I normally am out in the middle of nowhere, and usually people don't come there. Alternate is correct. Time keeps coming forward menacingly. But if you can't tell by my big bubbly energy, I have been missing live streaming very, very thoroughly lately. We did a few stray live streams outside of Paper Cuts, but those don't count because we're on Paper Cuts. Uh, which, by the way, if you're new here, welcome to Paper Cuts. Our whole shtick is that we read a book aloud to the camera, live on the internet, once every Friday night. We are currently in the Pacific time zone, we being me physically, currently in the Pacific time zone, and so that sets us at 7 p.m. Pacific. You will have to do some time zone math on your own there, but if you join my Discord, I post auto-fixing timestamps in there. So, check the show notes if you are a podcast listener. If you're a live watcher, I just posted a link in the chat. There's a lot going on in the Discord. I post pretty much weekly shots of the loaf of bread that I make once a week because I have a sourdough starter. You will get early announcements based on which books we are going to read. Most especially handy will that be when we are reading modern books such as the one we're reading tonight. What else do you get in the Discord? There's an info dump channel if you ever want to just, show up and yell about something you learned that's really neat. I think that's a particularly satisfying thing to do. I've been posting some of my sewing efforts, and bonus, this Discord gets the back shots of the embroidery, unlike every other Discord I'm posting in. And this Discord gets the crumb shot of the bread. Every other Discord I post in just gets the crust. And the crust is very pretty and very aesthetically pleasing. But the Discord gets the shot after I cut the bread and you get to look and see how wonderful that crumb has come together. So there are a great many benefits to joining the Discord beyond just getting to talk to people who also like what you're watching. I heartily recommend it. Let's see, do I have anything else, housekeeping-wise? I don't think so. If you're a podcast listener and you would like to enjoy the show in its original visual form, as I've said, you can drop by live on Fridays, but there is also a YouTube channel full of VODs. It is primarily full of VODs, but I also have some other projects on the back burner. I've got some scripts written, I have some ideas. Eventually they'll make it out of the overstuffed attic that is my brain. I am always out there getting that bread. Alternate very on the ball tonight. Okay. Have I dillied? Have I dallied? Let's look at the timer here. Have I dillied and dallied long enough? Can we get started? I believe so. Let's first dive into the first new book that we're going to read. The first book published after, I'm going to say, 1970, that we're going to read here on Paper Cuts. Guarding Gus. First off, I want to point out there are some content warnings at the top of this book, which is something we haven't had because, we're dealing with public domain novels normally. Content warnings up top. I'm not sure how much of these content warnings are going to come up in the first 5 chapters that we're reading, but take care of yourself, Content warnings: aftermath of a gun shootout with no deaths. Transgender FTM topics such as passing etiquette and Latino family dynamics. Criminal underground threats of injury and gun violence with one minor injury. Vampires generally being discussed. There are references to veteran PTSD or military PTSD, references to death of a grandparent, and references to a gambling environment, i.e. a casino. So if you've got trouble with any of those, take care of yourself, if you need a breather, I would heartily suggest, just taking a breather, drinking some water. However, again, I'm unsure how much of these come up in the first 5 chapters that we're reading. If you're going to be reading the larger book after, hearing the bit that we're hearing here, definitely something to keep in mind. Also, something very fun to keep in mind, our characters visit, there is actually a treasure hunt, which I opened the map for, and then it didn't load on my computer, which is very fun of it. I love it so much. There's actually a treasure hunt built into this book. There are 7 locations in the book Guarding Gus. Each one of these locations corresponds to a real place in Portland, Oregon, where I just was like a week ago. Follow the below link to visit each one. The treasure lies in the delight of finding out where you might go next. Not every location is a mirror image of what's in the book, but there are surprises and delights in store. I hope you enjoy the adventure. And then there's a little link here. I will copy pasta that in chat for the live watcher. There we go. The formatting on this copy that I am using here is not the best, just for reasons that don't need to be expounded on, but I promise the actual ebook is very well formatted. I got, this demo copy and then had to run it through some things, and that removed all the nice formatting. The actual book has very nice formatting, I promise. With all that said, keep your eyes out for these locations in Portland. If you've also been to Portland, Oregon, you may recognize some of them, and I think that's a very fun concept. Let's dive into Chapter 1, shall we? Thursday, at 6 p.m. Nico was standing in the gardening section of the cozily cluttered hardware store, considering a pair of stainless steel Satsuki shears for his personal bonsai plants. He'd just picked up a pair by the teardrop handles that looked reasonably sharp when he heard the unmistakable sound of gunshots outside. When Nico had entered the hardware store in the late September afternoon, the sun slanting across the parking lot, he made a point to note the entrances and exits, which was something he always did when he entered a new building. Dropping the shears on a nearby shelf, his heart pounding with anxiety, he raced down the aisle. Nico had a stocky build, but he stepped as deftly as a dancer around the trash cans of rakes, maneuvering past the towering, rotating display of seeds and the buckets of multicolored pool noodles. He mentally thanked his security training as he bolted through the front door. Heavy footfalls could be heard immediately behind him, and he instinctively turned, making eye contact with a muscular stranger whose friendly face had crinkled into that same concern. Nico opened the door quickly and quietly, scanning the street. The stranger was close behind him, but fanned out. Wait. Did I miss a page here? I did. Fanned out, slightly to his right. Let's try that again. The sentence got clipped there. The stranger was close behind him, but fanned out, slightly to his right, hovering at his shoulder. It was clear that the conflict had just ended as the street was quiet, but only by a few seconds. There was a sour and angry smell in the air of discharged weapons, fear, and frustration. Nico and the stranger took cover about 8 feet away from the hardware store entrance, behind a city trash can, rather. If there's immediately a typewriter repair shop and then like a bonsai like hardware store, I might know where this is actually. If there's also a bookstore and then across the street from the bookstore there's a tea shop, I know where we are. Immediately, but I might be wrong. The stranger, crouching down beside Nico, turned to him with a huge grin on his face, his green eyes vivid from the adrenaline. "You know what I said to myself this morning?" he said, somehow managing it both softly but quite friendly. His voice has a tenor tone with a slight rasp. He continued on. "I said to myself, Self, what this afternoon really needs is a good old-fashioned shootout in the middle of the street. What is this, the Wild Wild West? Ridiculous. Someone could be hurt," Nico whispered urgently. "Exactly my point. What on earth is out here that's worth risking human life for? A hardware store, typewriter repair shop, couple of Hondas parked in the street? This doesn't make any sense." As Nico scanned the street up and down, he reluctantly nodded his agreement that the scene in question was truly puzzling. His heart was still pounding a mile a minute, and the adrenaline made every detail sharper. He noticed a dirty sedan across the street that was parked at the curb, and there were 2 men running away from it toward a nearby alley. The stranger behind him leaned into his shoulder and said decisively, "I'm going after those guys to try and get the bottom of this." Nico only nodded, noticing that the huge arms and broad shoulders of the man revealed undiluted strength. He had the upper body build of an amateur weightlifter, a slender waist, and legs that matched his arms. He was a white guy in his late 30s and was growing a few days' worth of beard stubble. His hair was a sandy brown, cut short and neatly brushed. He felt capable of handling those 2 men. Or if he felt capable of handling those 2 men, then who was Nico to argue? The stranger took off like a shot on powerhouse legs at a surprisingly springy pace. Nico was left alone and panned his vision to the left again. He noticed a navy blue SUV parked just a few cars down on his side of the street and saw that the tires had been shot out. The SUV was otherwise unmarked, which was strange. Was the intent of the attack to injure someone or take them alive? As Nico swiveled back and forth looking for other threats in the road, he cautiously emerged from behind the trash can. He determined that it was safe to approach the SUV, so he pulled out his cell phone to dial 911 in case anyone was injured. Nico walked slowly toward the car, listening intently for any signs of distress from someone inside. His eyes continued to scan the street a few more times as he approached the back left passenger door. The stranger was nowhere to be seen, so Nico braced himself for whatever he might find. He opened the driver's door, but found that there was no one inside. Nico's heart was hammering. His vision had narrowed. Since he could see no one in the front passenger seat, he decided to move to behind the driver's door. He opened the door gently and stood still in perfect disbelief. Sitting in a car seat, securely belted in, was a baby gargoyle. It was fast asleep. A baby gargoyle? I know who this baby gargoyle is. Do you know who the baby gargoyle is? Perhaps we need to find out. But before we do, I have something fun here. I actually have some promotional images for this book. And I'm going to pick one here that illustrates, perhaps, what Nico is seeing here. Provided I click the right image here. Not that one, not that one. It's here somewhere. Ugh, that's what I get for not putting it in a folder. There it is. Here we go. It's Gus. It's the boy. It him. He do it. So this is Gus. This is one of our main characters. He's just a little guy. He's a little bitty gargoyle lad. And he's just a little baby gargoyle. Are those Nico's hands? Are those the stranger's hands? Who knows? What's up with the little bird stuffed animal? What's in that bottle? What do you feed a gargoyle? Who knows? We might find out. But this is Gus. This is the main, impetus of the book that we may or may not have just met. I don't believe this is the cover art. I don't believe I have the name of the artist off the top of my head, which is unfortunate. But, this is the cover you'd be looking for in December when this hits physical shelves. Friendly reminder, once again, that this is out digitally. Right now, you could go buy Guarding Gus. It is within your power. But maybe stick around, see what happens beyond Chapter 1. We've got 4 more chapters to read, after all. Chapter 2, Thursday, 6:15 p.m. As Nico was standing in disbelief at the open passenger door, the muscled stranger rejoined him, slightly out of breath, to see what Nico had found. The stranger looked inside the SUV, looked back at Nico, and then looked back inside the SUV. Okay, you don't see that every day. Nico looked at the stranger and said, "Oh, good. You see it too." "Oh, sure, that's a baby gargoyle," the stranger said confidently. He wore the same bemused expression from earlier. Oh, excuse me. One moment. Ugh. My throat said, you haven't read in months. I'm gonna be upset. Very rude of it. Have you seen many baby gargoyles in your life? Nico asked calmly, though his insides were screaming at him. That's a mythical creature! Well, no, but I do believe they exist, so why not here? Why not now, I guess? The stranger said, with a reasonable nodding of his head at this logical conclusion, absurd as it was. Right, Nico said, pretending to stroke his chin thoughtfully. And what do you suppose a baby gargoyle's doing in this car seat? Since you seem to have some insight on the matter? He deadpanned this, gesturing with his hand, pointing to the situation as if they were discussing a tricky oil change. The stranger ran a hand through his hair. Well, the gargoyle thing is new to me, I'll admit. But ever since the vamps, werewolves, and fae came out last year, is that the right year? Is that the right term? Come out? Ugh. He shrugged noncommittally. He didn't seem nearly as phased as Nico. I've met a few. Some of them are terrifying, some of them are annoying. It's just definitely been an adjustment. Mr. Nonchalant here seemed to realize that Nico was barely holding off his panic. Hey, is this cool? This is your first interaction with... It's cool, don't worry about it. Is this your first interaction with magic? Because if it is, it's normal to feel a little bit, freaked, I guess. Although I have to say, I'm surprised you haven't encountered one until now. You see the new ferry air travel signs above all the bike path lanes? The stranger smiled at the ingeniousness of Multnomah's city council to incorporate the flow of new species to the existing infrastructure. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it was a start. Oh, they're like up in Multnomah, they're like up in the Multnomah area. That's like a different half of Portland than I usually go to. Tells you where I go in Portland, I guess. Nico let out a short bark of laughter. Yeah, I don't get out much. I'm a bit of a homebody. I've noticed the changes to the city, but I just didn't think I'd meet any of them. Nico's nerves were starting to calm down, but his senses were still on high alert. And, sorry, yes is the answer to your question. It is my first encounter, he said slowly. staring at the gargoyle now. It was about 2 feet long, with a chubby belly and arms and legs of a light gray, with dark green mottled spots down its slightly ridged back. 2 enormously large and pointed ears were curled down while it slept. Well, I'm no expert on gargoyles, much less infant ones, but I would say the handlers were probably transporting him as an exotic animal, and those dumbasses who got away from me were trying to steal him, the stranger said, pointing to the alleyway. Can I just bring us back to the baby gargoyle? Nico was interrupted by the stranger brushing past him to reach out to the creature, gently cooing at his sleeping form. You poor thing. Did the bad men try to take you? We're going to protect you. You don't worry about a thing. The broad shoulders blocked Nico's view entirely, but he could hear the stranger murmuring other comforting, nonsensical words, gently petting the baby's arm while it slept. We're going to what now? The stranger looked at him as if he was about to explain that square shapes go in square holes. First of all, you clearly have training in security, as demonstrated by your quick response and how you took cover immediately outside. That means you care, and well, we've both got a similar background. That your first concern was for innocence. He held up his hand and was ticking off points one by one. Second finger ticked. You've now seen your first gargoyle, same with me, so we're in this together. Like mythical creature buddies. Third finger got a flourishy tick. We have to take care of this baby until we find out who it belongs to. And lastly, he waved his finger around as the pinky finger came out. Those bad guys might come back, and we can't have that. Nico did work in security, of a sort, but his self-preservation instincts kicked in, so he decided not to elaborate further unless necessary, and he ignored the first point, instead choosing to focus on the third point. Yeah, okay, that all makes sense. I do want to make sure the little dude is safe and gets home. Guess we should start by going through the SUV? Now you're talking. The stranger clapped his hands together once as if they'd suddenly formed a pact. My name's Brant. It's nice to meet you. Brant reached out his hand to shake Nico's. Nico hesitated, then shook the hand offered to him. Brant had a strong and confident handshake that matched his personality. Nico's grip was relaxed at first, but he took Brant's lead and they both stood there, pumping their respective handshake at each other until finally Brant broke away. He gave Nico a puzzled smile that said nothing. Nico noticed his relaxed stance. Looked like a poster model for a Midwest farmhand. He's probably from Iowa, Nico guessed. Hey, same hat. Also from there. Did you guys not know that? I'm from Iowa. I'm not as well built as Brant, but we take those. As the two men explored the vehicle for clues, they were careful not to wake the baby, who was snoring peacefully in the back seat. While Nico was searching the glove box, Brant spoke up from the trunk area. You know anything about this part of town? No, I heard about this place at work and decided to check it out. I live across the river. Well, this is a territory of Vicidius Rubra. Nasty piece of work. He runs one half of the corrupt underbelly of the town. Bribery, gambling, extortion, real seedy stuff. Other half's run by a person called the Volcano. And he frowned in disgust at this. Oh, they're over by the river. Okay. Alright, yeah, I know roughly where they are. I don't know exactly, but I know roughly. I haven't spent a ton of... I've spent maybe a grand total of 2 months in Portland, maybe, cumulatively. And that's over many years of going there. I stayed for, like, 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks, like, you know, chunks of weeks here and there that all add up to a month or two. Good place, nice place. I like it a lot, actually. But it's true, Iowa, the land of corn. There's very little else there. Maybe some pizza if you're in the right place. Nico was in way out of his depth. Crime Lord in Multnomah? His brain was screaming for him to get back to his plans, but instead he asked, So, what you're saying is that we interrupted a territory dispute? Nico said, switching quietly to search the back seats and under the mats.
He was so far afield from his comfort zone he might as well be aboard a space shuttle. Nothing here, he whispered, closing the side door as softly as he could. He walked around to stand near the gargoyle's protective instincts, telling him to stay as close as possible. No, yeah, I think you'd like Portland, Altier. I think you'd also like Seattle, to be honest. You know, yeah, you know. You'd like it better than where you are. I will put it that way. If you could ever get out that way, it's a good time. I've got a tea shop I could suggest to you. I've got like 3 or 4 bookstores. A couple really good arcades. One in particular really, really good. What else do I know in Portland? A good handful of restaurants. If you're gonna be in like the Beaverton half of the city, that's fair. I've heard that you're not in too bad of a spot in Florida. But I digress. I've been to Portland. I like it there. It's very nice. And if I had the presence of mind to stay mere moments longer, if I had the presence of mind to stay mere moments longer, I could still be in Portland while reading this. That is something you will have to get used to around here. I love to travel, and so I am immediately just like, hey, would you like to go places? I have all these places you could see. You know? Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to the book we're reading. Remember that? I'm saying that besides the territory issue, which is worrying enough, I can't find any clues about this car or who owns the kid. There's a cage back here, nothing else. Why'd they move him to a car seat? It's true, it does come with the Vroom Vroom house. For those of you who may or may not be new, I do live in an RV a good sized chunk of the year, and that means I get to travel a lot. I've been many, many places, and that's also why I list my location as undisclosed location when I'm talking to you all. It's because it'd be very easy for somebody to be like, there's this many RV parks in this city, so that means he's probably here. You know what I mean? Well, this is either Rubra's car or the volcanoes. Although, now that I think of it... no, this is still Brant talking, I lied. Well, this is either Rubra's car or the volcanoes. Although, now that I think of it, I think Rubra likes to collect exotic animals. Maybe this little crumpet was the next item for his zoo. He shook his head in disbelief. I've had a run-in or two with the man himself. Either case, we don't want to be here in case those thieves come back. We need to get the delightful little one somewhere else. Brant's face turned thoughtful. Why don't we go back to my place, do some research so we can figure out our next step? I've got some favors I could pull, maybe run a license plate with a detective buddy of mine. Brant said, clearly thrilled at the idea of an adventure. Hi, Magnus. Hello. This is Magnus. He is everyone's favorite guest star. He also has an emote, which you may have seen alternate, posting the library emote earlier. Well, yeah, you know, you can stay here. It is allowed. You are allowed to sit down and enjoy the book with us. But yeah, it's Magnus. He has a little loaf of bread in his emote because he loves to eat the bread. He seriously, like, when I'm letting a loaf of bread cool, I have to keep razor sharp eyes on this one because he will jump up to wherever it is and start licking that bread. He's a little yeast fiend, and apparently he's had his fill of on-camera time. Yeah? Did that pet you a little too much? Yes. Off he goes, probably to dig at the food. He has been gaining weight quite prodigiously, and I'm quite proud of it. Actually, he was rail thin when he first came to live with me. I'll tell you that much. It's true. He should not be licking the bread. I literally, like, one time. Oh, was this in Albuquerque? It wasn't in Reno. It was You know what? I think this was in Utah. I was on the way back to Iowa, and I was like cooling a loaf of bread, and I like went to lie down and go read, and then distantly I heard from Magnus, and I came around the corner, right, and there he is licking that loaf of bread. I'm like, no, that was my loaf of bread for the whole week. How could you have done this? So what I did was, because the freezer had been relatively empty at the time, is I froze the bread, and then after it had frozen, I soaked it in water and kind of like scrubbed it to kind of try and get some of the Magnus gunk off the side that he licked, and then I baked it again to like reheat it, and that hopefully got all the cat gunk out of the bread. I would maybe not suggest that. That's maybe not super food safe to do, but it is what I did. uh, Real thing though, that the steps of that's a great way to reheat frozen bread, by the way. Setting aside the cat licking, if you have bread that's like really nice and you don't want it to go bad, slice it and then place the slices in the freezer. Make sure they have very little air in the bag that they're in. Vacuum seal it if you can manage, because that's what makes freezer burn happen. Is the air in the bag is slowly like condensing all the humidity out of it and making ice crystals, and that's what causes freezer burn. So that's why vacuum sealed things last so long in the freezer. But anyway, if you're gonna freeze bread, cut it into the slices that you're gonna eat it in, and then freeze it. And then every now and again, when you want a slice, you can just take it out of the freezer, soak it in water, like I mean soak it, and then bake them again. And surprise, it is fresh bread once more. Some people do like a whole loaf that way, and I think that is you know what that's good for is if your dough recipe makes 2 loaves and you only can eat 1 loaf at a time, you can have a loaf in the freezer for like occasions if you want to entertain or you want to take bread somewhere. If I had more freezer space, I'd do it, honestly. I have like I'm in an RV, so the freezer's about this big and about an arm's length deep. So, I don't have a lot of space in my freezer, and a lot of space in my freezer is taken up by, various meat and also broth, because I found that the Instant Pot makes fantastic broth. Shocking nobody, by the way, that the first episode of Paper Cuts Back, I'm very easily distracted. Now that we've completely wandered away from the book, let's come back to it. Brant is very excited to have an adventure involving this gargoyle and has just invited Nico back to his place to do some research on Gus. He'd walked over to stand next to Nico. The door was open and they stared at the baby's face, ears, and claws. He had the chubby legs and arms of a newborn human, and his belly just begged to be tickled. Next step, I have work in a few days. Nico's brain and heart were clearly at odds. Oh, sure. Okay. If you don't want to be gargoyle rescue buddies, that's cool. I just thought you wanted to help. Nico glanced to where the little one shifted fitfully in his sleep. He considered how risky it was going to be. Nico's new life had just begun to start, and this very much would be a threat to that. His brain warned him loudly not to get involved, but his heart, it just melted when he saw the little guy. He knew what it was like to be judged for what he looked like. Uncharacteristically for Nico, who was not the type to make quick decisions, his heart made the decision for him. Let's do it, he announced to Brant. Cool. Well, before we get started, we should shop for supplies. Supplies? What kind of supplies are we going to need to track down a powerful and well-connected criminal boss? You'll see. Chapter 3, Thursday at 6:30 p.m. They spent the next several minutes trying to decide which car they were going to transfer the gargoyle to. Brant clearly knew the city better than Nico, but he had a 1970s vintage Ford truck that sat 3 on a good day. Nico had a more comfortable urban SUV with 4 doors, cozy trunk space, and access to set up the car seat. They left the transport crate from the back of the flat-tired SUV. as it seemed too cruel to use after seeing the kids so comfortable and docile up front. The mystery of why there was a car seat in the first place, well, that was going to have to wait. Nico felt strongly that he should be the one to wake the creature, given how restless and excitable Brant could be. He'd known the man a short while and had already gathered that he was a raging extrovert. He liked Brant, but there was no denying that his energy was bouncy. Nico's more cautious nature would be better to gently wake the sleeping child. Since neither of them had any experience with supernatural creatures such as this, they decided to practice caution. Brant had argued that he's just a little guy, he's just a sweet little biscuit, you know? And there was no way that the baby was going to hurt anyone, but Nico reminded him firmly, safety first, especially since they'd established that neither one of them had heard of gargoyles, unless you counted the stone statues at the tops of a church. Brant rolled his eyes behind Nico's back in response. Fun fact, by the way, they are only gargoyles if they are worked into the what we would now call gutter system, the rain control system. They need to be able to disperse the rainwater coming off of the roof. If they do not involve themselves in the water system of the roof, they're just grotesques, which are basically just carvings that are shaped like gargoyles. And especially modern produced churches tend to have many, many more grotesques than they do gargoyles. Anyway, so there stood Brant behind Nico, ready to pull him back in case the creature woke up startled and became violent with those claws. Brant observed Nico's 5'9", stocky Latino frame, his soft black hair cut just over his ears. Brant noticed that he was a young guy, barely in his 30s, had rounded shoulders. He'd clearly started working out if his toned arms were any indicator, but he still had some softness to his frame. He was wearing a baggy t-shirt over jeans covered in dirt, anchored firmly with a pair of work boots. If someone were to pass by, it looked like there were two people preparing to jump off a cliff, standing at the edge together, braced feet, nerves jangling, psyching themselves up as they approached the precipice below. Brant liked Nico as well and decided to play along with his absurd caution. He'd only known the guy for 15 minutes, but Nico clearly needed to relax, and if this helped him get there, well, so be it. Brant planted his feet and lowered his hands near Nico's waist. Nico reached out and gently shook the shoulder of the gargoyle. The kid slept on, not a care in the world. He reached out and shook the shoulder again, this time a little more firmly. The infant's tail was curled up next to him in the seat, and it reached up to swat his hand, slightly restless, but still unconscious. He reached out a third time and shook the shoulder a little more firmly, this time humming a little lullaby under his breath, purely on instinct. The gargoyle's eyes slowly and sleepily blinked a few times. Did my best frog blink there for the audio podcast. One eye was a bright and lustrous gold, the other was a pearlescent silver, shining as boldly as a full moon at midnight. There was a ring of deep purple around the black irises. As soon as man and creature locked eyes, Nico felt a deep connection, a sense of loyalty and exhilaration. The gargoyle immediately reached his clawed hands out for Nico, and contrary to his normal instincts, Nico raised his arms to receive it. Brant tugged on Nico. "What are you doing? I thought you said those claws could tear one of your sculpted arms clean off." "There's no way it's gonna hurt me. It wants to come with us," Nico said with a new confidence, gazing at the mismatched eyes with pure wonder. "Are you sure?" Brant said, hesitant for once. He glanced at the gargoyle again, his gaze melting. Those eyes meant that the babe was likely to get anything it wanted. Yeah, I get it. You're right." Nico turned back to the gargoyle. "Come on, you adorable little apple blossom," he said, affecting the coaxing tones of a new father. "What'd you say?" Nothing," Nico replied hastily, unbuckling the safety belt and lifting the gargoyle in the air. It revealed 3 ragged teeth and a goofy grin. His tongue lolled out of his mouth, and it blinked again slowly. His skin was leathery like a lizard's, but soft as new pine needles. It stretched a tiny set of wings that unfurled from behind the shoulder blades. As Nico lifted it into the air, he saw a tail unfurl from underneath it. The entire creature was absolutely enchanting. Brant freed the car seat, and they transferred the two over to Nico's car. Brant grabbed a bright yellow, plushy bumblebee from the crate in the trunk before he collapsed it and handed the toy to the kid, who gurgled happily and grasped his thumb in return. A little bumblebee?
Hang on. I have the perfect prop for this. Trust it. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. Bumblebee. A little bumblebee. Perfect.
Beryl does not usually join us on the couch. It is usually just Bean Pal here. But I think because Gus has a little bumblebee, I think Beryl can join us here. Can't you, bud? Perfect. We have now a little plush bumblebee to remind us of Gus's little plush bumblebee.
I'm very excited that I had that. That's so fun.
Anyway. Brant climbed to the back passenger seat and Nico got in the driver's seat. Nico turned and said, "Okay, what is this special stop you want to make for supplies?" Brant grinned wickedly, but only gave Nico turn-by-turn directions through the evening dusk, refusing to answer completely. Gargoyle was alert now and watched the scenery going by with great interest, looking up at the tops of the modest apartment buildings, scanning the neon-signed bowling alley and other boutiques as they whizzed by. The peaks of the mountain range were still visible against the soft pink clouds of dusk. I feel like the neon-signed bowling alley and boutique shops are a hint as to where they are. They're down on the river, which I usually, like, most of the time I've spent on the river in Portland has been on highways, so I don't know where they are. But they're up in Multnomah, right, because they're talking about where they are in Multnomah, so they're on that side of the city. Which usually, for context, I'm on, like, the Beaverton side of Portland, which I know Beaverton's technically a different city from Portland, but I have Quad City syndrome. I grew up in a town where 4 towns glued themselves together into a trench coat and were like, we're a big city, when they're really not. And so every city, I'm like, oh yeah, Portland. And then it could be, like, Portland and, like, 6 of its other surrounding suburbs. Or, like, one that drives Raz really absolutely bonkers. Raz Fantastic, by the way, the artist on those emotes. Well, the artist on the art emotes. There are 2 Photoshop nonsense emotes from me. But, you know, Raz being from the Bay Area, I'm like, oh yeah, you know, it's in San Francisco. And she's like, you mean Oakland? You mean Emeryville? And I'm like, you mean Marin? And I'm like, it's all San Francisco. All of you are San Francisco because San Francisco's the big city, and you've glued yourselves onto the sides of San Francisco through the bridges and the BART tunnels. And she's like, no, that's not how it is. They're different. I'm like, And next thing you're gonna tell me is the boroughs of New York City count as separate cities too. You know? Anyway, I'm very easily distractible, even more so than usual tonight. Where was I? Oh, yeah. We were talking about the pink clouds of dusk. That's where we were. After just a few minutes on city streets, Nico pulled up to a pastel, brightly colored store with a flashing neon sign that blinked open. He turned to Brant in utter amazement. You can't be serious. This is what you meant by supplies? What? My sister and I came here a lot when she was pregnant. My niece loved everything we got from here. Trust me, we need this place. Brant answered cheerfully, bounding out of the car and rushing to get to the creature before Nico had even removed his seatbelt. Unbelievable, Nico muttered, staring up the painted logo over the massive front door. The sign read Babies R Us. Did Babies R Us close with Toys R Us? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is a thing I have to Google
Because, like, reasonably, right? Reasonably, you would think, oh, Babies R Us is an adjacent company to Toys R Us. They even have, like, sub stores in the main store, right? So you'd think they had closed, right? What is this set? Hold on. Did Babies R Us close with Toys R Us? Babies R Us makes a comeback in 2023. It's apparently moving into some of the spaces that, uh, huh. Yeah, it's in the process of reopening. It did close and now it's reopening. That's fascinating. They are apparently moving into some of the spaces. Excuse me. Ugh. They're apparently moving into some of the spaces previously occupied by Bed Bath & Beyonds. I was gonna say, yeah, because Toys R Us did come back last year or so. So, like, they're also opening a few Babies R Us's, apparently. Babies R Us? Us's? What? Babies R's Us? I don't know. I don't know how you pluralize the store. I'm I'm tempted. Oh my gosh, my automod is so picky. Like, listen, I understand and you understand that LMAO technically contains a bad word by reference, but, like, breathe about it, please. Yeah, alternate getting shunted into the mod realm for like 5 seconds. Luckily, he is a portal. He is a known wielder of portals and is able to get from point A to point B. Yeah, really, it it dunked on you for saying Lamau. Wild. I need to adjust my auto mod, like add some common permitted stores or permitted stores. We were talking about Babies R Us permitted terms, but that's housekeeping. We've got 2 more chapters left in the, if you will, demo chunk, the shareware copy, if you will, of this book. Uh, and they are 2 slightly longer ones. So I think now's a great time to, take care of your Tamagotchi needs as they were. Drink your water, get your stretches in, maybe pet your pets. Just a little stretch, though. Just a little stretch, a little sippy, a little pet for the pets. We have a proper intermission here in a while. I promise. But I digress. Let's dive into Chapter 4, Thursday at 6:45 p.m. They paused briefly as the automatic doors swooshed open, Nico trailing slightly behind. Brant made his way confidently to the center of the store, carrying the youngling in his arms. The customer service desk was located in a crescent moon pattern facing the front of the store, both the heart and the dumping ground of the retail experience for both employee and customer. Brant knew better and politely greeted a young Asian person who looked to be in their 20s with short blue hair, dressed in a long-sleeved black t-shirt, black jeans, and a tacky store-logoed vest worn over top. The name tag read Javi, and they were wearing a bright green button declaring pronouns are they them. They looked curiously at the gargoyle. At least they're in Portland, so, like, wearing a pronoun pin would not cause fuss. Which, by the way, I'm gonna say this, and it's technically a political stance. People getting upset at pronoun pins feel very foolish to me. You're upset at a basic part of speech. You're upset at someone explaining to you how they would like to be addressed so you don't guess incorrectly. Like, you're gonna look at me
and you're gonna say that you you want the person who looks androgynous walking at you on the street having that, like, you want to have that whole, like, 15 seconds of confusion of, like, what are your pronouns? How do I address you? You want to sit through all that? It's annoying is what it is. Like, it's a basic part of speech. We need to be able to address to people. Exactly. Try talking without pronouns is correct. It's a basic part of speech. Why are you upset about people telling you how they would like to be addressed? It's silly, and I don't care for it, and I think it is quite foolish. It's a dumb hill to die on. Yeah, I'll give you that. You're probably correct, but I digress. Sorry, just like seeing that pronoun pin and realizing that, like, people wouldn't blink about it in Portland because it's Portland, but, like, there are several places I've been, probably my hometown included, where people would throw a big old fuss, or they would look very, like, they wouldn't. There's a lot of people in my hometown, right, that they wouldn't throw a big fuss about it, but they would be very tight-lipped about the whole interaction. They'd be very, like, about it. And then when they leave, they would complain to their family members and friends that for some that about it afterward. Like, they wouldn't cause a scene in the moment. You know, most people are not that aggressive about it, but they would look very upset, and they would get upset away from the person. You know, I don't care for it. You know, it seems very silly to me, and I try not to take, like, strong stances on the show about many things, but, like, let people be people. They're not hurting anybody. It's pronouns. It's not the end of the world. Nothing's gonna explode because somebody told you this is how I like to be addressed. I've got no patience for it. Anyway, I'm gonna shush before I say something stupid outside of the very bland stance I've just taken. Anyway, Javi here was looking curiously at the gargoyle. Also, I hope I'm interpreting that X as X phonetically correctly. I'm bad at names, said the guy doing an audiobook live. Hello. Wait, do we get a description of Javi's voice here? We do not. Okay, I'm going to give them this one then. Hello, is that a teacup dragon plushie? Where'd you get it? Javi leaned in to touch what they thought was a doll and saw Gus's head swivel to meet their eyes. Oh, wow, is that thing alive? Javi shrieked and took a step back. Several reactions crossed their face at once. Astonishment, excitement, then back to some semblance of composure. Gotta slam the retail face back on. I'm sorry, I've never seen a magical gargoyle before. So sorry. They took another breath, their eyes never leaving Brant's arms. Let me try this again. How can I help you today? Javi asked, the words tumbling out as they looked curiously, craning over the counter. Yes to the help. We just found this little orphan. We're on our way to find the owner. Brant spoke, a mix of bravado and hesitation evident in his voice. Nico felt relieved that he was not the only one who was feeling freaked out. Also, by the way, I'm coming back to this. To put what I was complaining about, re people being silly about pronouns, in a nutshell, trans rights are human rights. Trans people are people. Believe someone when they say, I identify this way. I certainly don't have the time to be the gender police when somebody says, hey, can you use he, him pronouns with me? I don't have the time or energy to argue with that person about whether their presentation aligns with their pronouns. Do you really feel like you have the time in your day? We broadly, you know, most of us with office jobs, I will say, work 8 hours a day. That's 8 hours of your day that you're spending out of the house, potentially unwillingly, and you're gonna waste some of what's left of your day arguing with someone about their pronouns. Just take them at their word. I don't have time to be gender police. You don't have time to be gender police. It's not worth it. Oh, but they might be faking. Okay. That's their prerogative. I don't have time to deal with it. Somebody says, "Hey, I use he him pronouns." I'm gonna use he him pronouns for the guy. You know what I mean? Anyway, I could complain about this all night because people have feelings on things that I don't agree with. But long story short, trans rights are human rights. Let people exist. And that's that on that. Let's get back to the fun book we're reading, where this person is being like, gargoyle? They're like trying very hard to keep their customer service face on, but they're just like, little gargoyle? Little gargoyle guy? Anyway, Brant spoke things, and Nico was relieved that he's not the only one that's freaked out. Yes. Brant continued. Normally we'd hit up the pet store, but they're closed, and I thought we should try here, since we don't know anything about its care. Let's start with clothes and parenting books you'd recommend, perhaps. We've got a car seat and a plush toy, though. Plush toy. How old is it? Based on how tall it is, I'd say less than 6 months. Brant hazarded a guess. Nico tugged on his arm. How tall it is? That's no way to measure age. Maybe not, but we have to start somewhere. This rep's already got more knowledge in their pinky than we've got put together. Unless you want to take the lead on this, we need the help. Javi spoke up, gesturing to the gargoyle. Actually, height's a reasonable indicator for human babies. This one, I'm not so sure. But it's a start, as he said. They gestured vaguely at Brant, who was looking smug. Nico turned to the salesperson. Isn't there a famous baby book by a Dr. Somebody or other? Couldn't we start with that? Dr. Somebody or other, very specific. Yes, you're thinking of what to suspect when you're suspecting. Beautiful spin on that title, thank you. They gestured to a nearby shelf, drawing them over to it. Great, we'll take that. We're also going to need footwear. Let's base it off what fits, not a guess. Nico glared at Brant. Are you always this logical? Brant grumbled, but was immediately distracted by the miniature dresses. He handed the toddler to Nico unceremoniously. Wait. And wandered off, presumably to look for a gift for his niece. Nico turned back to the salesperson. I like your hair, he said, attempting to make conversation. It was so hard as an introvert to conceal his awkwardness, but Nico had been making a concerted effort lately to practice small talk. Very stealth, Nico. Thank you. I like your hair. That's a line I've used before. If you know, you know. Oh, thanks, Javi said, leading him toward the clothing section. So what's the little dude's name? They asked. Nico and the sales associate simultaneously studied the gargoyle. The baby stared back at them both, wide-eyed and happy, taking in all the surroundings. Then it opened its mouth and croaked out a high-pitched, Gustopher! Nico and Javi gasped in shock and both began speaking at once. Did you hear that? Oh my god, what a cute name. I can't even. Brant, get over here! Nico shouted. Brant came running and arrived in seconds, almost barreling into the three of them. I heard something. Did the little one speak? What'd it say? Was it Dada? Brant was out of breath with excitement. Nico took a calming breath. It said Gustopher. I think that's its name. Nico's eyes were all lit up, all traces of caution easily gone. Brant gave a huge grin and leaned down to baby Gustopher. What an awesome name! Can I call you Gus? I'm so sorry I missed it. This last comment was directed at Nico, never taking his eyes off Gus. Brant was so downcast that Nico reached out and patted him on the shoulder awkwardly. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Brant acknowledged the gesture, patting Nico's hand on his arm. Meanwhile, the sales associate gesticulated in the air as if fanning their face from a bayou heat wave. I'm gonna be okay. No, really, I will. Whew, okay, that was an absolutely epic level of adorableness. Let's get you both the rest of what you need before I pass out. Javi snickered at Nico and Brant. So, boy, girl, other, bonus. The associate was studying Gus's features. Nico was not enthused to begin a discussion of the complexities of gender in the middle of a baby store where lurking, judgy parents would overhear and feel compelled to soapbox their views for the world, and was even less open to the idea of sharing with Brant that he himself was mid-transition. Ah! See, I knew going in that there was at least one trans man in this story. I did not know if it was Nico or Brant, and I was like, who could it be? It's Nico. Alright. You go, dude. Even lifting the tail and checking down below felt indignant. What did it matter anyway? Question of gender wasn't the most pressing need. They decided to go with neutral colors for the clothes, at least for now. Nico was insistent that Gustopher have some clothes with flowers and trees on it, while Brant picked out clothes with patterns of food and desserts. That's fair. I had a suspicion, alternate saying I caught on earlier with some of the nuances. I had a suspicion when it was when Nico was like, "Oh, I don't want to unpack all that in front of new people," or like there was something like he's finally started his life here. I was like, could it be? And now we are sure. Selecting the clothes was easy enough. They held up the outfits to the little body to see what would fit, picking out sleeveless dresses, shirts, pants, booties, hats, scarves, and onesies for good measure. There was an awkward discussion as they realized they'd have to cut holes for the wings, but Nico volunteered to do this as he was more adept with a pair of scissors than Brant. The question of food was a trickier one. Human formula wasn't likely to work, but they didn't want to risk having nothing on hand, so they picked it up anyway. A few helpful parents chimed in and assisted with general instructions on how to mix powdered formula with slightly warm water and what ratios might work best. Javi asked them with the directness of having dealt with thousands of new parents and having without the slightest tone of judgment, "You either of you have experience with babies?" Brant shrugged his shoulders in a non-committal kind of way, and Nico shook his head. "I'll take that as a no," they said dryly. Both men had firmly denied the need for diapers, but one particular grandma with dyed red hair and dimples insisted they get some, just in case. She was bossy and endearing, and both men were relieved to have the assistance. She taught Nico and Brant how to attach the diapers and how to get a baby to take a bottle. There was many wild assumptions at this point of what Gus ate and what to do with what came after. Bewildered fathers had been a staple of baby stores since the first one ever opened. Javi was back at the customer service desk when Nico and Brant finally walked up, piling their things on the countertop. As they were ringing items up in the cash register, they asked, "So, how long have you two wanted to have kids?" Javi continued scanning and then packing up the last of their items into bags. Brent headed toward the exit with Gus on his hip as Nico was finishing the sale. No. We're not together. We just met today, actually." "Oh, I'm sorry I presumed. It just seems like you two know each other well. My apologies." "Oh, please, don't be sorry. It's understandable. Even though we just met, he seems like a pretty decent guy. Besides, he's so sunny." Nico said it like it was a failing, but he was smiling while he was at it. Javi laughed at this. "Yeah, sunny people are the worst," they said conspiratorially. Nico joined in, chuckling. Brant called from the sliding front doors, where he was already bouncing out through them with Gustopher. "Oh, one more thing. You're going to need this." They dashed to a donation box that was near the front door, pulling out a contraption for wearing a baby on your chest. It had straps and a soft-shelled center section for allowing the baby's arms and legs to swing free, but still support their back, head, and bottom. "These were gifted, and you'll want to keep the little one close," they replied, beaming. Nico tested it by placing the straps over his shoulders gingerly, walking over to Brant, taking Gus, and carefully placing the gargoyle in front. His heart contracted pleasantly. Gustopher waved their hind legs, bouncing and enjoying the sensation. Thank you so much. If you can't tell, I'm out of my depth. You're already off to a great start on fostering. Let's go. Brant pleaded from the doorway. Good luck. Thanks. As Nico approached the car, he extracted Gus and handed the baby off to Brant, who buckled all the safety straps and situated himself in the front passenger seat. This is a very specific experience. Off topic, but sort of on topic. This is a very specific experience, maybe to the time that I grew up, but like the way car seat straps got more and more specific the older I got, which kind of tells you when I grew up. Like car seat straps were initially like you have the baby in the car seat and then it's just one lap strap and that's it. And like that also kind of like you kind of undo that path as the child gets older, but like, I digress. Like, initially car seats were just one strap, and then like they did some more research and they realized that they need to have more straps. So there's like a second strap here, and there's two buckles here, and then like a third waist belt. Like over time, those were added, and then like as we've done more and more research about how to keep small beings safe in cars, it eventually has come out that like you have what like the car seat needs to be angled in particular ways or have particular padding that's available or unavailable, and like certain straps are less necessary as the small child becomes slightly larger. And it's a weirdly specific experience to to have a small like baby shaped child in your life and go, which of these straps are relevant? Because like you can ask the child, but sometimes you got to be a little careful about that because like the straps are occasionally an uncomfortable sensory experience for small being, and like they haven't worked out that it is all for their safety, or like maybe they have been told that it's all for their safety and it hasn't sunk in. And so like you got to be careful asking the child because like they don't know how to communicate this is uncomfortable sometimes. And so they're just like, no, I only wear this one smile. I'm big. Because, it also reads as like a sign of an age for a child. And so they're very excited to be big person. And so, like, you gotta be careful. Like, you've really gotta ask the parents. It's like, all right, at what point, the person you were picking up the child from, you're like, all right, which straps are in play here? You gotta tell me, because I don't deal with the child in my day-to-day. But I digress. That's kind of that just immediately, as soon as they were like, yeah, they do, Brant does up all the straps, I'm like, that was my immediate first thought. I'm like, oh man, you gotta like do all these clasps and all these clasps and get all the straps tight but not uncomfortably tight. It's a whole affair. Like, admittedly, it's less of an affair when it's like the same child in the same seat every time. It's like the seat has probably already been calibrated for Gus's needs. But I digress. Hi, Rez. I am very happy to have you here. We are having a good time reading Guarding Gus. Anyway, we have gotten Gus into the car, and Brant has things to say. Baby Gustopher. Brant sighed wistfully. What an unusual name. Are you ready to go, little dude? Brant directed this to the gargoyle, turning in his seat. He gasped and smirked and turned back to the front, barely restraining his silent laughter. What is it? What's wrong? See for yourself, Brant said, barely able to get the words out between laughs. Exactly like my niece. Kids, man. Nico unbuckled and turned awkwardly around. Gustopher had ripped off all the clothes, hat, scarf, t-shirt, pants, onesie. All the fabric was shredded from his sharp claws and strewn across the back seat and floor. Nico noticed he left the booties on, clean, fuzzy, bright yellow. Baby Gus grinned to the two men, his tongue hanging playfully from his mouth, while he squeezed his little plushy bee with a tight grip, waving it about in contentment. Nico sighed as Brant howled with laughter. This is very evocatively written. You can really picture tiny little Gus just like, yeah, waving his little bee. That's another thing, like, especially like babies that don't have the capacity to speak yet, like, they're very much not into wearing certain clothes. They're just like, I do not like this. My skin is very sensitive. Get this off of me. And you're like, no, small child, you have to wear clothing. Which, side note, uh, it's wild how much kids can speak if you teach them ASL. Like, if you know, like, not necessarily just American Sign Language either. If you know any volume of sign language and, like, you're using it around your kid, like, you will, like, for example, that's the sign for food, I think. That or I have just said something very rude. I can't remember which. But, like, if you're signing around your kid and, like, you understand sign and you kind of, like, immerse them in it, they will pick up how to sign at you their needs before their vocal tract is ready to speak. Like, they have the, because their brain is so plastile at that age, they're capable of picking up a language before their throat is capable of producing speech sounds. Like, developmentally, you know, like a kid learns to make throat noises like ah, and then, like, you know, they slowly learn consonants. You usually pick up like M's and D's first. That's why it's mama, dada, or ba 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 ba, you know? Like, and before developmentally they're capable of, you know, producing words, they can understand the concept of words. And we know this because, like, children of deaf adults or like people who know how to sign and they do it around their kid, they will learn the basics of sign. Like, there was this video, right, a while back. It was about like a child of deaf adults, right? And because they are hearing, they can speak. You know, and their parents had learned somewhat to speak, which, by the way, it's so fascinating, like, how deaf people learn to speak. Like, they learn phonetically and then they, like, learn to produce the sounds all without having hearing. And so, like, they have accents based on where their speech school was rather than, like, where they grew up. Very interesting. I digress. This person was a child of deaf adults, and they were showing this like home video of them as a little kid, like much smaller than you'd expect, and they were like sitting on the couch next to their parent, and they reached out and like tapped their parent on the shoulder, because that's how, like, you get the attention of someone who cannot hear you, you know, especially a deaf person or someone who's hard of hearing enough that shouting loud enough for them to hear you is a problem. You kind of just give them a little tip tap. And the parent kind of looks at the child like, yes, acknowledged. You've tapped me. And then the child like signs the sign for food at them a few times, like clearly because they're hungry. It's so wild. Like, they sign like, so they signed a few things, and like I caught the word food, which I should not be gesturing at my mouth and saying things at the same time, but like they signed the word food like in the middle of like, it was a small sentence. They had like a whole little sentence there. It's just so wild to me. Anyway, I picked a good time to wander off onto a tangent about like how the human brain can soak up language, which, it's just wild to me like how well the human brain soaks up language. Like, I learned English, you know, immersively. It's my first language. And then I learned Spanish. I've learned Spanish like 3 times. Because, like, I learned some Spanish in elementary school because, you know, it was our school had enough time for elective teaching like that. And then, you know, I learned enough Spanish to, you know, hold some basic sentences, and then unlearned it over the course of, you know, living my life and not talking Spanish. And then I relearned Spanish in high school, and it was much harder because my brain was clearly much less plastile, like plastic. And like, I'm sure if I go to learn Spanish a third time now that my brain has finished cooking, you know, the little oven that is my brain has done a little ding because I'm over 25 and it's done cooking, it'll be much harder. But it's so interesting to think about, like, if you learn languages at the right time, it's super easy to soak them up. Anyway, I could go on about cool things about how the brain works and like language and why languages are the way they are. Like, I'm not a linguist, I want to stress, but like, I follow a good deal of linguists online, and it's very interesting to see why languages work the way they do. Also, while we're between chapters, hold up a second. I wasn't looking at my layout very clearly. We have some new followers. In NeoGabby, iKeldon, Index Page, and Splunky Heart. Welcome to the Igloo, all of you. We're very happy to have you here. Anyway, let us dive into the last chapter of this little shareware piece of the book, Guarding Gus, Chapter 5. If I can get my mouse to click correctly. There we go. Chapter 5, Thursday, 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. Nico liked the idea of going to Brant's house to regroup. Brant had the advantage of a 3-story house with an enclosed basement, whereas Nico lived in an apartment complex with curious neighbors. They could keep a closer eye on Gus, try to do some research, and Brant had a spare room for Nico to crash in if he needed it. They doubled back to retrieve Brant's car from the hardware store's neighborhood before caravanning to his house. Brant lived in an area of town known for resting on top of a dormant caldera, which was much scarier than it sounded. As they carpooled, Nico checked on Gus in the rearview mirror obsessively, but the baby seemed to enjoy the drive, occasional chuffed noises coming from the back seat. Nico tried several times to get Gustopher to speak again, but the gargoyle just looked at him with those shining eyes, grinning and waving his claws around in lazy circles. They finally turned down a residential street, quiet and pleasant. Brant's house was the 5th one down on the left, and he gestured out the window for Nico to pull into the driveway. A side door to the house was clearly evident. Nico pulled in, Brant walked up to meet him, and his car was parked on the street. Brant unlocked the side door while Nico extracted baby Gus from the back seat and placed it gently into the baby carrier. As Nico walked in, he was struck with the most incredible smell of baked goods he'd ever experienced in his life, carrying notes of lemon, cinnamon, vanilla, and maple sugar. There were enormous containers of flour, sugar, baking soda, and baking powder, all securely fastened with metal clasps and labeled with Sharpie pen in a neat hand. There was a massive rectangular island with storage underneath, crowded with baking bowls of all sizes and material, yet wood and metal and plastic and ceramic. Gus immediately squirmed in the carrier, and as soon as Nico put the gargoyle down, Gus fell into pulling out the plastic mixing bowls on the floor and playing with them. Brant swiftly lifted the ceramic bowls up and away, tucking them somewhere safe. The rest of the kitchen was bright and friendly, and the only item that seemed unusual was the double ovens. The youngling and Nico were both taking deep breaths and savoring the waves of pure contentment. When Nico did open his eyes, Brant was beaming. "This is my happy place. I've got a bit of an obsession." "Are you joking? I can't remember the last time I smelled anything so delicious. What an incredible place. Did you put those ovens in yourself?" "No, I'm not quite that gifted. The contractor put those in. I'm working on expanding my skills, but mostly carpentry right now. I did do a lot of other things here, though." He walked around the island, pointing out the small improvements to the kitchen that make a foodie blush. Quiet closed doors, magnetic racks for utensils, hanging pot rack, hidden compartments for food waste and recycling, retractable shelving everywhere. But the pièce de résistance was a ceiling-to-floor, multiple-layered rotating organizer spice cabinet that Brant revered the way other people felt to hushed tones in the long-room library at Trinity College. Brant's an extrovert after my own heart. I've yelled about this before. I miss working in wood. It's such a fun medium to work with. And, I miss making furniture, and I want so bad to, I know that functionally it's probably infeasible for me to make all of the cabinets in my house, but I have the skills. I could do it. It is within my power. I'd have to find a maker space and a heck of a lot of time, but, I could do it. And so, hearing Brant be like, "Oh yeah, I'm a baker and I do carpentry," I'm like, same hat, bro. I'm here for it. Which, by the way, unrelated, I finally get to use this oven in the back of shot here again. I'm so happy to be able to use this oven. Y'all have no idea. I've been like making do with my countertop like air fryer for a while, and now that I've like finally changed some things in the RV to actually be able to use this oven, it's so nice. I could just bake cookies on a whim. I could do it. It's a thing. I could like make pizza. I've have several times made pizza in here. I've just like filled my little cast iron with pizza dough, and then I have pizza in like 30 minutes. It's nice. Like I had begun to underrate the pleasures of having an oven on hand. But yeah, if you want to see some of my baking endeavors, once again, the Discord exists, and it's great for that. I've been posting pictures on occasion. I will post a recipe. I post like shots of finished stuff. You know, I'll post bread usually about once a week, and the Discord gets the secret crumb shot that nobody else gets. The Discord also gets the secret back of my embroidery shots, because that's something I've been doing. Is embroidering to fix my clothing. Which, by the way, a pair of jorts just recently decided that it needs another mend. You know, the ones that we've already done, the two little pocket corner mends on stream. It decided, oh no, I'm going to tear more. So, you know, it's an opportunity for my clothing to become, you know, to become able to tell farther stories, if you will. I have a really cute embroidery stitch plan for it, actually. I'm thinking I'm going to do... There's like a specific panel design. There's like a specific panel stitch that I want to do, and then I want to layer some stuff on top of it. Ooh, do I have green embroidery thread? That'd be fun. Because I have yellow. Or I might be able to do it at a different... Ooh, you know what I do have is I have purple, and I have gray. So what I could do is I could do a backing color that's kind of like the same texture as the jeans, and then do the art stitching in gray and purple. Idea. Someone write that down. Someone put that in the Discord for me, maybe. But I've had an idea. It involves purple and gray and blue thread. We think it. Anyway, back to the book. You know, that thing that we're here to read. While the kitchen was clearly the pride and joy of the house, the rest of the home was decently kept. The master bedroom was on the first floor with its own bathroom. The living room had an enormous TV mounted above a fireplace, a recliner, a big squashy couch, and love seat. It had a friendly, sunny vibe, just like Brant himself. The intoxicating smell permeated everywhere. Upstairs was a mid-sized spare bedroom with a skylight, a small office, and another full bathroom. Nico spied some military paraphernalia on the wall of the office, but Brant quickly shut the door and mumbled something about it not being clean enough for guests. Nico, to his credit, took the hint and didn't bring it up. As they explored the basement, there was a workout area with a mat, weights, and speaker system. A washer and dryer were tucked against the wall, with a table for folding clothes in front of it, mirroring the setup in the kitchen upstairs. A tall stack of deep plastic storage bins, neatly labeled, were next to the laundry area. Nico could make out some camping equipment on the floor in front of the bins, still covered in dry mud from its last excursion. Gus bounced along on Nico's chest the whole time, growing more alert as they explored each room. He grew fidgety despite Nico's attempts to pacify the baby with rocking reassurances or playing with the soft pads under his claws. Oh, that's the end of chapter 5. So, dear reader, if you would like to find out why Gus is getting a bit fidgety, if you would like to find out more about the journey that Nico and Brant are about to go on as someone, presumably of ill intent, tries to get after Gus, if you would like to, you know, spend a little more time in this fantastical, urban fantasy version of Portland, if you will, go check out Guarding Gus. It's available digitally on, I believe, the same platform that owns this website. I believe that's Karryn's distributor. I perhaps should have checked that, but it is available for you to purchase. You should just be able to Google "Guarding Gus" by Karryn Nagel. Let's see what comes up when I Google that. Actually, Guarding Gus. No, no, I would like to type things in the thing. So, if you Google Guarding Gus, one of the first things that comes up is Karryn's TikTok, which is how I found this book. Once again, this is Guarding Gus by Karryn Nagel, who hopefully I'm saying the last name of correctly. Yeah, this is available on Amazon. It is available for purchase digitally, I should say. This is Amazon.Deutsch for some reason. That's odd. Can I have Amazon.com? Even .co.uk would not be bad. Can I please? Hang on. Let me just find the Goodreads page for this book. Alright? Oh, have I spelled the name incorrectly? Is my brain smooth? Anyway, this is a book that is within your power to purchase. You may even be able to bully your local library into carrying it, which I find is very much a good idea. It also acquires a good deal of royalties for the author, and you get the book for free. Hey, it's Jeannie! Hi, Jeannie! I hope you are well. You just missed the very first new book for Paper Cuts. That's right, we finally branched out beyond the realm of the public domain, and we read a book called Guarding Gus. It's about this little gargoyle lad that we can see on the screen over there, and two, if I may, handsome men who find him and have to go on a buddy cop adventure involving Gus. And we just read the first 5 chapters of that. And I, honestly, I genuinely may go after stream and buy this book. I want to know how it ends. It looks like it was really setting up some great stuff. That and I want to pick through the book and be like, where in Portland are these places? If I do not buy this book, I will bully my local library into having it. Honestly, I will probably do both. I've been doing a lot of that lately, actually, is checking out books from my local library, and then, like, the ones that I really like, I go buy. It's like piracy, but more fun. Like, that's another thing. I'm gonna get on my soapbox for a second, right? And you'll excuse me as I'm stepping up onto this very tall soapbox, but I'm gonna get on my soapbox for a second. Why would we bother to pirate books? Right? Maybe you're nervous about your local library. Maybe you don't have a very good local library. That I can understand. But, like, why? I just don't understand the mechanism behind pirating books. There are other things in my life that, yeah, I can completely understand the mechanism behind pirating them, but the library is right there. It gives you the book for free. And if they don't give you the book for free, you can say, hey, I would like to request this book. You can even do it online now. You don't even have to, like, make a phone call to your local library. You don't have to walk into your local library anymore. They do digital lending. The library from my hometown of 100 people, you know, the one out on the edge of nowhere, they do digital lending. If that library does digital lending, 99% of libraries across the United States do digital lending. I'm gonna be real and honest. And so, like, I've just never had the impetus to pirate a book. It's like there are other media in my life that I pirate, and there are other media in my life that I, you know, perform some time shift hoop jump nonsense on. If you're here long enough, you'll hear me yell about ripping DVDs into my Plex server, for example, which, by the way, I don't share that Plex server with anybody because I don't want to get in trouble for distribution, because that's what they get you on. When you're pirating things, technically, downloading the thing is not a crime.
but if you're downloading enough things to make it look like you have intent to share said files with other people, or if you leave your torrenter open and then therefore are seeding, that's how they get you in the States. Just a little fun fact. But I digress. Your local library is much more powerful than you think it is. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that straight up. Most people underestimate what their local library is capable of. They have a really robust digital lending system. It's usually through a website called Hoopla or Libby. They also have a really robust, like, digital movie, like, video lending service called Canopy. That, I, like, opened Canopy on, like, a smart TV at a friend's place. I was genuinely shocked at how much the local library from my hometown had on there. It's genuinely impressive. Like, go get a library card. They're free. Most places have stopped bothering with late fees because they knew most people holding out for library cards, or like holding out on accessing their library were worried about late fees, so they've stopped bothering. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand sometimes the library is inconveniently placed, it's a whole process, but usually you only have to deal with getting your physical library card once, and then that gets you digital lending practically in perpetuity for like 5 or 10 years. Like, I just had to renew my library card, right? And literally all it was me walking into the library physically and being like, hi, I exist, I continue to be alive, this is my library card, this is my library card number, it's on the back of my library card. And they're like, cool, you're good for the next 10 years. Like, I assure you, the library is a wonderful, wonderful place, and you really should go. It's great. Even if you're not much of a reader, they got manga. A shocking amount of libraries have manga, especially if they have like a program to cater to like teens and youths. They got manga. Sometimes if your library has like some particularly voracious manga readers, you might even get something super close to release. Like, you might not have to wait all that long. Or like if you like comics, most libraries have a shockingly broad comic backlog. Like, I've yelled about this before on the podcast. I've yelled about this before on Paper Cuts. The amount of DC Comics and Marvel Comics backlog that I've caught up on, that I've been like, oh yeah, I've been meaning to read this guy's run on that. I've been meaning to read this guy's run on that. I've been meaning to read this girl's run on that. The amount that I've caught up on through the library alone is incredible. It's genuinely remarkable. So yeah, Guarding Gus, it is available not only on Amazon digitally, but it is likely to be available to your local library. And fun fact, the library pays more for those books than you do because they get to lend it to more people. So, getting your local library to buy it will likely get the author more cash than buying it directly. Plus, if you really like the book, you can go buy it directly. You know what I mean? It's a real win-win situation. I heartily suggest it. Either way, I really liked Guarding. I really liked what we've seen of Guarding Gus. I like that it immediately, kind of puts its foot down and is like, no, I have representation and I mean it. And I love there's been a few passing hints at the urban fantasy setup here. I like what it's doing with Portland at large. I think that's really fun. It's I think it's especially fun for people who like have been to Portland and they can like think like, oh, they're kind of in this neighborhood, they're kind of in that neighborhood. I like Nico. I like Brant. I like their dynamic immediately. They seem like they are going to maybe fall for each other, which I'm here for. Either way, it sounds very comfy. It sounds very cozy. And these days, sometimes you need some cozy fantasy. I like it. I enjoy it. I'm definitely gonna ask my local library to grab it. And if they take too long, I'm probably gonna buy the book. You know? But what do you guys think? What did you guys think of the first 5 chapters? I have made it clear that I'm here for this. I would love to read more.
Karen, if you're listening, I would love to do the whole audiobook. I know we discussed that that was like maybe not on the table, but I'd like to. You've already got the first 5 chapters. Give you more. But I digress. That's not something I should discuss in front of the camera. Much as I would love to. Oh. It's been a long couple days, y'all. Like, I'm just gonna rattle on to give you guys time to type in chat. It's been a long couple days. I've been having a real long set of days lately. There's been a bunch of stuff that's decided to be much harder than it needed to be at work. Um, you know, there's been some stuff in the RV that I've just been like, come on, why it doing that? For example, there's like a little LP slash carbon monoxide detector underneath the fridge, right? Yeah, it turns out those only last 5 years, and you can't just replace the battery that's dying in it. No, they just kick it because the battery's soldered to the board, and if you unsolder it, it breaks the thing. So now I gotta pay for a new sensor and then install said sensor myself, which is, mildly annoying. But what else isn't mildly annoying to fix in here? I had to manually like rewire all the lights in here because they didn't make the lights like a replaceable puck. Cause like you know how LED lights are, they're like a board on a puck. I had to replace the whole assembly, and finding said whole assembly was a huge pain. Like there's a bunch of stuff in here that I'm like, why did we make it this difficult? It did not need to be difficult, lemon difficult. Like, it's just so fussy. Oh no. See, like, I'm used to smoke detectors, right? Altier says something as similar has occurred to him. Uh, see, I'm used to smoke detectors like this, which I will put this back, I promise. Like this, that are just like little modules that you just kind of, and then they're there, and then you can replace them. I need to check the battery on this, by the way. Yeah, I'll put that back up after stream. Don't worry about it. But I'm used to like, the little modules that you can just kind of like latch onto a couple screws and they just live their life. But apparently like new build houses have like built-in smoke and CO detectors. Like they're just like set into the wall and like you have to replace the whole unit instead of replacing a 9-volt battery, which feels very strange to me. Dude, not the wires. That's awful. Like, to some degree, I get it. It's like you want to wire them into the house so you don't have to deal with the 9-volt battery anymore. But also, like, they're on 9-volt batteries in case, like, the fire is a current because of a short. That's where my brain goes. Is like, oh, well, a lot of electrical fires in houses arise because there's an electrical short. What if the circuit the smoke detector is on dies? I don't know. I could yell for a long time about the way that things are becoming more and more inconvenient to repair. But I will perhaps save some of that yelling for when we address a Solarpunk story, which, by the way, surprise, I have a Solarpunk story lined up that I'm very excited about. Dude, there's something about, like, I understand they beep as loud as is feasibly possible because, like, they're an alarm, but, like, when they're, you would think it would have, like, a different level for, like, fix me, I'm broken. Solarpunk meaning, in the same vein as cyberpunk, but hopeful and based on, like, you know, regenerating the planet instead of corporations own everything, including you. In the sense of the idea is what's the phrase? There's like a specific like catchy phrase that people use. Walk softly and grow things, something like that. I don't remember, but
the idea is, if you've ever seen, this is a very specific poll, but if you've ever seen that Chobani commercial, there's a Chobani commercial that, despite being a corporate thing, perfectly embodies uh Solarpunk ideas. So much so that somebody went in and edited the video so as to not have Chobani branding in it anymore. You haven't heard about this? Oh no. Can I show that on stream or will I get dinged? It's fine. It's definitely fine. Nobody explode. Nobody tell. It's fine. The advertised Chobani Solarpunk ad. Yeah, it's here somewhere. Yes, Dear Alice Decommodified Edition. That's what I'm looking for. Solarpunk is window ads. So this person, let me add a thing to the stream real quick. Window capture, my browser. Yeah, that's fine. And then I can just crop this. Let me crop this real quick. Nobody explode. It's fine. Crop / pad. There we go. We're just gonna cut off, let's say, 200 from the top. That's pretty close. 275. Closer. 300. Oh, I was too high with 300. I was too high with 275 even. The final number is, put in your bets now, 170. Right, I'm gonna say 300. Ooh, that's 3,000. That's way too small. We're doing it live, everybody. Not the first time I've done this. 550. Ooh, look at that. I was pretty close. I was pretty close with 550. Put in your bets now. Is the price right? 240. So, this is weirdly the most Solarpunk thing I can think of. Right crop 518, bottom crop 155 for those curious. No, don't exit OBS. I'm using it. Alright, nobody explode about this. I'm just gonna put this... I'm gonna set this right here, and we're gonna watch this together, because it's genuinely so Solarpunk. It's wild. You guys have system audio? Oh, we don't have system audio. Well, the system audio, the audio is just like diegetic sounds, like the pouring of milk and stuff like that. This, my friends, if you have never heard of it before, is Solarpunk. The thought that there is a better world in our future if we attune ourselves to the cycles and needs of the nature around us. It's like inverted happy cyberpunk. And I have found that I have quite the penchant for these types of stories. I have been emailing a goodly number of Solarpunk creators, and we have at least one story in mind. It's that sense of, technology is not one use. We get to reuse it many, many times. Is it possible to be attracted to a lifestyle? Alternate, despite his aceness, feeling substirring. But that's... Visually, that is Solarpunk in a nutshell, I would say. There are broader things to it. We will discuss Solarpunk in larger depth when we read a story that is coming up. So if you are
fascinated by that little snippet that we just got there of something, a future quite fantastic, stick around. Later in the season, we'll be getting to a Solarpunk story, like out and out a Solarpunk story. I've said, there's a few stories that we touched on in season 2 that I was like, oh, this has got a little bit of a Solarpunk vibe to it. I know the cloud machine, or like the little like vacuum arms for fruit. There's so many cool details in there. You will be much more acquainted with Solarpunk when we read this story that's coming up. Stick around. You will love it. If you even the slightest amount enjoyed what we just saw, you will enjoy it. I promise. It's like, and like, because it is also punk, it is not just solar. It's got punk on the end. It's also very like, it is naturally against certain like tendencies that are held by the class that is in power that I will remain unspecific about. And so it's very like, why would I buy this if I can make it? Why would I buy this from some big box store when somebody locally is making it? Why would why would I do X? Why would I do Y when Z is better for the planet? Z is better for the people, for the communities that I inhabit. You know what I mean? And I love it a lot. I reached out to, no joke, 10 or more authors about their Solarpunk stories because I've been reading a lot of it lately. Because it's just such a, like, Cyberpunk is so clearly, like, Solarpunk and Cyberpunk exist on opposite ends of the spectrum for me, right? Cyberpunk is this clearly, like, what if we took everything now that is bad and dialed it up to, like, 17 and then told a story in that? And that's very satisfying when the world does not have 1,000 punches for you as soon as you step out the front door. But then Solarpunk is, in direct dialogue with Cyberpunk. What if there was another way? What if there was something that let us live in the world rather than live on it? What does it mean for a city to be green? What does it mean for a settlement to live in attunement with nature? What does it mean when we can be together rather than divided on so many lines? And I love it. I love it a lot. There's a lot to love. It's a really new genre. It, like, I don't know exactly when, people were starting to be like, this is Solarpunk. This is Solarpunk. I caught on to Solarpunk sometime 2017-ish, 2016, 2017, and I have been chasing good media for it ever since. Check out the Discord. I will... Indeed. What does it mean? Great way to get a lot of different answers. Gariki's got a point. Check out the Discord. I will link that thing I just showed everybody. And I will also link you all, if I can find it, there's this really great free Solarpunk zine. I keep saying Zine, but it's not Zine, it's zine as in magazine. There's this really great free Solarpunk zine that really, like, gets across the core ideas. Another really great example of Solarpunk, the idea that we should take the slowly decaying American mall and make them into the community centers they were originally intended to be. Like, put in hydroponic farms for people who need food, make them be allowed to be, make them be housing, make them be workspaces,
in addition to being community markets, have things going there that help the communities they live in. It's great stuff. I'll link it in the Discord. Stick around. And yeah, I mean it. Stick around. We are reading a Solarpunk story later in the season. Not right now, but later. And I think you all will really love it. So what happened with this one is I read a snippet of a short story, right? And I absolutely fell in love with the concept. And then I lost where I had left the link for that short story. And so when I was looking around for new books for paper cuts, I was like, oh, I gotta find this, and I dug through my web history. There are more than one Solarpunk game in development right now. I don't know, I haven't played any yet. Honestly, I would say Stardew, shockingly, Stardew Valley kind of fits that Solarpunk niche a little bit. I think unintentionally. I think it is unintentionally hitting those beats through the fact that it is like so community focused in the way that Harvest Moon is. But like I think it hits some of those beats. But yeah, I found the short story and I dug it back up and then found that the author of said short story has since gone on to expand that short story into a whole book. And one thing that really made this book, the short story version of this book really stick in my head was that the short story cited its sources. There was a couple of like, ooh, Gariki has linked one of these games to me. I'm gonna look at this real quick while I talk. It like cited its sources. It said, oh yeah, oh no, it's straight up called Solarpunk. Oh, that's fun. I'm gonna look at the store page for this later. That will sit in my browser and I'll look at it later. That might be a game we have to pick up for Tuesday nights. But yeah, it cited its sources. It was like, there's a specific detail, right, of one of the characters lives in an RV a little bit like I do. Oh, okay. It's a crafting. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at that game later. That looks like a good time. That looks like something I should convince 2 or 3 friends to buy, and we all play it on stream. Good catch, Gariki. But yeah, there was like a specific detail. One of these characters lives in an RV a bit like I do, but it's like an electric RV. And I was like, I didn't know they were gonna make electric RVs. And underneath, as I was saying that, there was a little carrot, like a Wikipedia carrot, and it links to an article talking about electric RVs. I was like, wow, that's neat. And I kept reading, and then a little later, they had set up one of the cabinets in their RV to be a hydroponics station, and the hydroponics station was growing genetically modified strawberries designed for that small space to grow in little clusters of strawberries. And then they cited another source of like the way tomatoes had been genetically modified to grow in smaller clusters like that, a little bit like grapes. And it just blew my mind that someone would write speculative fiction like that and then just hand their sources over to you. Like, this is where I was inspired by this. This is where I was inspired by that. It's so cool. And so, like, I had to dig up the short story and found that it had become a book. So we're going to read it later. We'll see it. Promise. It's going to come up on the show eventually. But now that I've gotten thoroughly distracted, once more, before we take intermission here, I want to once again reiterate the first 5 chapters that we just read were of Guarding Gus by Karryn Nagel. I still kind of want the Winnebago from the old Shazam series. Like Shazam, like Captain Marvel? Interesting. I haven't seen any of that. I've seen a little bit of the old Flash cartoon. Like literally the Flash. Good stuff. Anyway, one more time before we go to intermission here.
The first 5 chapters that we read there, that was from Guarding Gus by Karryn Nagel. Really, really great stuff. Urban fantasy, very heavy on, representation, kind of a buddy cop kind of thing, cozy fantasy. Yeah, we did. We read a modern book. Can you believe it, Griggy? I got author permission to show off the first 5 chapters of this book. That's right. That's part of the expansion for season 3. That's part of what's changed. Is now I have author permission for some books. It's real. This picture that's been on screen while I've been talking, that's the cover of this book. I think I linked it a little farther up in chat. Let me link it once more. Maybe. If I have it on my... Yes, I do. We will link the book once more. Book real. Book real. The book piece is real. The book came out digitally earlier this week. Like, I think either Wednesday or Thursday. And it's coming out physically in December. I don't have an exact date off the top of my head, but you'll be able to find an exact date if you dig. But it's coming out physically later in December. It's already out digitally. You could go purchase it based on the first 5 chapters that we've already read. And I am either going to bully my librarian into buying it, or I'm going to buy it. And we're sitting here like, I don't have any money. I can't buy the book. No, the library with books, not you. Anyway, all that said, I really enjoyed this book. I enjoyed a good deal. And I'm definitely going to read more of it, and I suggest you do too. With that, let's head to intermission. It's time for BRB. It's time. We're going to take a little break, 15 minutes maximum. I would suggest you also take a little break with me. If you've been sitting along with me, we've been sitting for a good long while. Stand up, get a stretch. Maybe walk around, get your blood moving. It's not healthy to sit too long, Get hydrated, drink your water. I've been slowly sipping on some water myself, and most people are shockingly bereft of water. Drink some water. It's good for you. Take care of medications if you have any. I know a lot of people take medications in the evening, so this is your friendly reminder. If it is medication time for you, I would suggest taking them. Pet your pets. Love your animals. They need some love. The lovely animals in our life always need some attention and affection. Water does taste like water. Water and water and water, water. It's true. Drinkle and decrinkle is a phrase that I have reluctantly stolen from another streamer now. Very good way to put it. We'll be back in at most 15 minutes. Nobody explode. I will probably put on the hurdy-gurdy. Oh, it's dinner time for the Catos. Very nice. I'm sure they're very happy about that. Give Darcy and Coco my love. Por favor. I know, Ryusei so catchy. Anyway, we'll be back in about 15. I'm gonna put on the hurdy-gurdy music for you guys. If you don't like hurdy-gurdy, just leave the stream muted and come back when the screen changes. But I would suggest giving the hurdy-gurdy a shot. I quite enjoy it. It's real hurdy-gurdy hours. We'll be right back.
Dang it. The system audio wasn't on this whole time. I've been sitting here like enjoying my little hurdy-gurdy music, and none of y'all could hear it. There. Thank you for the call out, Altier. You're fantastic. No, as soon as I unmuted the mic, I coughed. Okay, as much as I'm enjoying the hurdy-gurdy, I think we've had our fill. That's enough. No more hurdy-gurdy. No fun. No fun allowed. Alright, let's get back to it here. I know I'm dying. Ah! Ah! You know? Observe. A boy.
He's gonna be like, "Excuse me, can you pet me with those hands?" He's in a library, kid. Oh yes, no one ever loved him enough. Yeah. Can you do that a little louder so the internet can hear you? Have you got things to say? He's looking up at me like, "I don't have things to say. The camera is on."
Yeah, okay. Alright, sir. You can settle back in here in a second. I need to sit here.
Oh. Seat stolen. It's true. He loves to keep the seat warm when I'm up, don't ya? Magnus does the same thing, come to think.
Cushion is very animated.
It's true. I've animated it myself. Didn't you know? Secretly, I've been a wizard the whole time. Aren't ya? Alright, let me open the thing we're gonna read, because I accidentally closed Calibra. Professional streamer. Speaking of professional streamer, things I forget, you guys can send me, like, you guys can subscribe to me for money? I forgot I have that. Like, I was so, like, ecstatic to hit, affiliate, and then I promptly forgot that it unlocks a bunch of things for you guys to do beyond channel points. Like, I was pushing for affiliate purely for emotes and channel points, but, like, if you feel like you have money, or even better, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub once a month. And so subscriptions are a thing that is available to you. Pro streamer, so good at it. But yeah, that's a real thing. You can, through the power of having an Amazon Prime subscription, for freely subscribe to me for no money and receive wonderful emotes such as Magnus and Library, and also I think, yeah, Magnus and Library. And then there are also higher tier emotes because I like to have nonsense in my life. You also get this very appropriate emote, very useful for when I am explode. If you were, perhaps, to be a moneyed individual and would like to subscribe to me for more than the standard amount of money, you could get this weird cat. It's yelling. It looks like it's agonized. Or, if you really want to blow your money, you could get this nonsense beholder from a video thumbnail of mine. It's true. It's real. And yes, those are my fingers. Isn't it the worst? I love it. But yeah, you also have the ability to inflict things upon me with the channel points. For example, that's a good quote. I forgot we have quotes. You could also inflict things upon me with channel points, such as a posture to make sure I'm not becoming a shrimp, or hydrate to make sure I'm not going to become a shrimp from the hydration. Is that how H2O just add water works? I never saw it. We also have a tongue twister redeem to make me say a tongue twister as fast as I can. There's also the info dump redeem, which is relatively new. You can just like cause info dump. Oh man, I love the could you not stab me? Very good quote. The info dump redeem, where you can pick a topic that I am known to be able to blather on about, and I will get thoroughly distracted. You can also, depending on the time, cause me to drink a specific tea. There is a tea list somewhere. It should be a command, I think. If not, the tea list is pinned in the Discord. But I digress, you know? All these fun things and more are available to you if you press the follow button and even potentially the subscribe button here at twitch.tv/Glacier Nestor, better known as the Igloo. Real things that are available to you. And even more real things are available to you in the Discord. It's great. Speaking of Discords, oh yeah, I do have the T command. I'm gonna see once if I can format that a little better, and also I need to clean that up, because there's a bunch of those T's that I don't have anymore. But, real T's. While I'm talking about Discords, though, I'm part of a group of reading streamers called the Codex. They're good folks. They're very good folks, even. They also do a read, like I do. Some of them do it in an ASMR voice. Some of them do new books more often than me. Some of them are VTubers. Hi, Jubilee, I hope you're well. Some of them are our wonderful mod team, Gariki. What were you doing? You were doing, I saw you streaming, like, yesterday my time. Liquid beverages are such a tease. You were doing like a town festival or something? I don't remember. Brain smooth. Gariki's great, by the way. You are often streaming when I am supposed to be very asleep, but when I'm awake enough, good streams. But yeah, the Codex, they're a group of reading streamers. Oh yeah, field hockey! That's what I was thinking of. I bet that was a really neat one. But yeah, the Codex, they're a great group of read streamers. Have we been planning book club, or did that like melt? Tells you how much attention I pay. Codex, they're great. There are other read streamers. I would heartily suggest joining the Discord there. They're technically my Twitch team, so if you click on my Twitch team underneath the video, it will bring you to a list of people who are in the Codex. They are also just people who read like I do, and they're good people. I was, a while back, when I was, between seasons, I got on, book club was on pause for summer. Ah, yeah. But, Jeffrey, I was on his podcast, The Meaning Mine, and I went on at length about why paper cuts is so important to me. And that's actually where I was like, yeah, that's soon, That was part of the promo tour, if you will. I hope he's well. He's a good guy. What else? We've talked about Codex, we talked about the Discord. Gariki, with the very good call out there is a podcast. If you like this live, you will like the podcast feed. There are currently 108 other episodes of me doing, practically speaking, this exact same thing. And, I would suggest, if you're going to listen to it, it's not one you listen to chronologically. It's one you scroll through until you see a title you recognize and go, I want to hear that. Each title of the episode should be, if it's one you recognize, it'll be a book title. The first episode of each book is the title, is what I should say. So there's a lot of paper cuts, and I understand that, and I respect that. There's a lot of it to listen to, so I try to give you as many entry points as possible. Personal favorite is Dracula. That was just like such a blast to read, and I had enough time in my day to really send it on editing, which was super fun, which I'm hoping to get more of that this season. Which, speaking of housekeeping thing, when we hit the 3rd season, the episode structure will be changing. We will be shifting from 2 4-hour episodes a month posted en masse to instead 4 2-hour episodes split up across the week. And how that will work is we will split the podcast 50-50 along the BRB. And I think that will make the episodes a lot more accessible to people. You know, I'm not Critical Role, and so most people look at a 4-hour episode of a random podcast and go, that's long. And I think people put up with it from Critical Role because they're Critical Role. I am just a humble book reader. I do not have the audientiary potential, or I do not have the audientiary force. In theory, anything has the audientiary potential of Critical Role, but Critical Role's got a lot of weight behind it. You know what I mean? So 4 hours is really a lot to ask of people. So I'm splitting the episodes into 2 and 2. And that will also behoove me, because then it nets me more backlog time so I can get fancy with the episodes. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. I have had trouble meeting deadlines in season 2 on occasion. But I digress. That's all the housekeeping. Let us dive into something completely different from Guarding Gus. This is the August issue of Astounding Stories of Super Science from 1930. Friends of the show, familiar listeners may know Astounding Stories very well. We've featured them very thoroughly. They've been here from the very second story we've read onward. And honestly, if it had not been a radio show at the start, I probably wouldn't have started with War of the Worlds. I'd have just started with Astounding Stories and ran with it. So, you know, we're very familiar with Astounding here if you are a repeat listener. And we're diving into the August issue, and we'll see how far we can get tonight. I've been collecting analog issues lately, because, by the way, this eventually becomes analog over the process of, you know, the passage of time. Sometime along the way, they changed the branding from Astounding to analog, and it's still running, actually. I would absolutely adore to read a new issue, and if their editorial would get back to me, we could. But I'm not holding my breath. That's a big media conglomerate. Astounding Stories of Super Science. This issue sold for 20 cents. Can you believe it? How much is 20 cents adjusted for inflation, by the way? That's a good question that we have definitely answered several times on this podcast. And we're about to answer again. Inflation calculator. When... Is this what I want? Yes. 0.20 in 1930 has the same buying power as $3. $3.60 is what this used to cost. To the modern viewer, that's pretty cheap. How much does a modern issue of Analog run for? I was just looking at the site the other day. Oh. Analog science fiction and fact. Currently, the issues which they've now gone to bi-monthly. Once the page loads here.
$47 for a whole year, purportedly. Which, divide that by 12. Yeah, $6 twice a month.
So it's now $6, which means it's only doubled in price over the course of, nearly 100 years, which is pretty great, honestly. That's pretty impressive. But yeah, we will be digging into the cover story here, The Planet of Dread by R.F. Starzl. There's a lot here, actually. There's The Lord of Space by Victor Rousseau, The Second Satellite by Edmund Hamilton, The Silver Dome by Harl Vincent, Earth the Marauder by Arthur J. Burks, Number Madness by Murray Leinster, The Flying City by H. Thompson Rich, and of course, lastly but not leastly, is the Reader's Corner. Let us begin, shall we? It's time to discover The Planet of Dread by R.F. Starzl. It's true, Gariki. Some of these stories also became radio dramas. Dimension X, X-1, specifically call out Analog and its predecessor in name, Astounding, as sources of radio dramas. Which, another thing that I would heartily recommend digging up if you're interested, is X-1. It's available, because it's so old, it's available for free on archive.org. And they're basically like, literal radio dramas, in the sense that we have, dramatic fiction podcasts now. Kind of funny how we looped all the way back around like that, huh? Anyway. There was no use hiding the truth. Somebody had blundered, a fatal blunder, and they were going to pay for it. Mark Forepaw kicked the pile of hydrogen cylinders. Only a moment ago, he had broken the seals, the mendacious seals that certified the world that the flasks were fully charged. And the flasks, they were empty. The supply of this precious power gas, which in an emergency should have been sufficient for 6 years, simply did not exist. Ooh, actually, yeah, linking Dimension X, X-1 would be actually very, that'd be a good link to add to the command bot. Like, linking to the OTRR posting for those two. Just because, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good command. I'm down to call it radio. I agree. That's a good one. If you do not do, I'll get to that after stream. What's that third one? Oh, mystery shows. Okay, yeah. Nice. Nicely done. Okay. Doesn't have to be any different. Easy peasy. He walked over to the integrating machine, which as early as the year 2031 had begun to replace the older atomic processes due to the shortage of radium series metals. Oh boy, we're in for a shortage of radium series metals in less than 10 years. Ugh, that doesn't sound good. It was bulky and heavy compared to the atomic disintegrators, but it was much more economical and very dependable. Dependable, provided some thick-headed stock clerk at a terrestrial supply station didn't check in empty hydrogen cylinders instead of full ones. Forepaw's unwanted curses brought a smile to the stupid, good-natured face of his servant, Gunga. What a name, Gunga. Gunga Bunga. Anyway, he who had been banished for life from his native Mars for his impiety in closing his single round eye during the sacred ceremony of the wells. Gunga banished for eye closing. The Earthman was, at this steaming hot, unhealthful trading station under the very shadow of the south pole of the minor planet Inra for an entirely different reason. One of the most popular of his set on the Earth, an athletic hero, he had fallen in love, and the devoutly wished-for marriage was only prevented by the lack of funds. The opportunity to take charge of this richly paid, though dangerous, outpost of civilization had been no sooner offered than taken. In another week or two, the relief ship was due to take him and his valuable collection of exotic Iranian orchids back to the Earth, back to a fat bonus, constance, and an assured future. He was a different young man who stood now tragically before the useless power plant. His slim body was bowed, his clean features were drawn. Grimly, he raked the cooling dust that had been forced in the integrating chamber by the electronic rearrangement of the original hydrogen atoms, finely powdered iron and silicon, the ashes of that last tank of hydrogen. Gunga chuckled. "What's the matter? Going crazy already?"
Me thinking. We got plenty hydrogen.
He pointed at the low metal roof of the trading station. Though it was well insulated against sound, the place continually vibrated to the low murmur of the Iranian rains that fell interminably through the perpetual polar day. It was a rain such as had never been seen on Earth, even in the tropics. It came in drops as large as a man's fist. It came in streams. It came in large, shattering masses that broke before they fell and filled the air with spray. There was little wind, but the steady green downpour of water and the brilliant, continuous flashing of lightning shamed the dull, soggy twilight produced by the large, hot, hidden sun. "Your idea of a joke?" Forepaw growled in disgust. He understood what Gunga's grim pleasantry referred to. There was indeed an incalculable quantity of hydrogen at hand, if some means could be found to separate the hydrogen atoms from the oxygen in the world of water around them. They wouldn't lack for fuel. He thought of electrolysis and relaxed with a sigh. But there was no power. The generators were dead. The air dryer and cooler had ceased its rhythmic pulsing nearly an hour ago. Their lights were gone, their automatic radio utterly useless. "This is what comes of putting all your eggs in one basket," he thought, and let his mind dwell vindictively on the engineers who had designed the equipment on which his life depended. An exclamation from Gunga startled him. The Martian was pointing to the ventilator opening, the only part of the strange building that wasn't hermetically sealed against the hostile life of Inra. A dark rim had appeared at its margin, a loathsome black-green rim that was moving, spreading out. It crept over the metal walls like the low-lying smoke of a fire, yet it was a solid. From it emanated a strong miasmic odor. "The giant mold!" Forepaw cried. He rushed to his desk and took out his flash pistol, quickly set the localizer so as to cover a large area, and when he turned, he saw, to his horror, Gunga about to smash another mold with his axe. He set the man spinning with a blow to his ear. "Want to scatter it and start it growing in half-dozen places? Here!" He pulled the trigger. There was a light, spiteful ding, and for an instant, a cone of white light stood out in a dim room like a solid thing.
Sorry, the way I made that ding and then the way it was described as just like a blinding flash of light just made me think of Ding! Akira! Ah! Leave me alone! Ding! Akira! Ah! You know? I gotta sit down and watch Akira. I started reading Akira from my local library and I was like, wow, this is really good. It's iconic for a reason. Unfortunately, now every time this guy fires his disintegrator ray, what's it actually called? Yeah, every time this guy fires his flash pistol, I will be thinking, "Ding! Akira!" Akira, for context, if you are unaware, if you've lived under a similar rock that I did for a long time, incredibly wildly influential anime. Every time you see somebody like be on a vehicle and then like suddenly turn and slide slide with their wheels 90 degrees to the camera, like, you're you know that's from Akira. And it's been referenced in an uncountable volume of things. Like, it's genuinely impressive. Google the Akira slide sometime. It shows up everywhere. Garigi says, every time I hear or read Flash, my brain goes, "Ah, save every one of us." I know exactly what you're doing there. Flash Gordon also very on brand for what we're reading right now. Oh man, I should do like a movie, like a public domain movie night or something, and we should watch some like Flash Gordon style like pulp serials. That'd be fun. Anyway, now that I've gotten thoroughly distracted by the concept of other media, Gunga have feeling, apparently. Yes, the cone of white light. Ding! Then it was gone, and with it was gone the black mold, leaving a circular area of blistered paint on the wall and an acrid odor in the air. Forepaw leaped to the ventilating lever and closed it tightly. There is a bit of public domain Flash Gordon. Good to know. Good to know. Sometime we should, we as a Discord should sit and listen to some of the Superman serials, which they're still out there. Some of them, and they're very fun. They're a great time. Organize a little listening party. We all hang out and, like, I don't know, sew or something while listening to... Actually, that wouldn't be bad. That's a good idea for Tuesday night streams. Like, I need something on in the background anyway. I could, like, put on some, like, we've done Dimension X as background sound for streams before, so, like, maybe I could dig up some of the Superman serials. That'd be fun. Anyway, he heaves the ventilating lever closed. It's gonna be like this from now on, he remarked to the shaken Gunga. All these things wouldn't bother us as long as the machinery kept the building dry and cool. Couldn't live in here. Now it's getting damp and hot. Look at the moisture condensing on the ceiling. Gunga gave a guttural cry of despair. Gunga! It knows, boss. Look! Through one of the round, heavily framed ports, it could be seen the lower part of its large, shapeless body half floating in a lashing water that covered their rocky shelf, to a depth of several feet, the upper part spectral and gray. It was a giant amoeba, fully 6 feet in diameter in its present spheroid form, but capable of assuming any shape that would be useful. It had an envelope of tough, transparent matter, and was filled with a fluid that was now cloudy and then clear. Near the center, there was a mass of darker matter. This, undoubtedly, was the seat of its intelligence. The Earthman recoiled in horror. A single cell with a brain? It was unthinkable. It was a biological nightmare. Never before had he seen one. Had, in fact, dismissed the stories of the Iranian natives as a bit of primitive superstition. Had laughed when the gentle, stupid amphibians with whom he traded, when they, in their imperfect language, tried to tell him of it. They'd called it the ulul. Well, let it be so. It was an amoeba. It was watching him, floating in the downpour, watching him with what? Had no eyes, but it was watching him. Then suddenly it flowed outward till it became a disk rocking on the waves. Again its fluid form changed, and by a series of elongations and contractions it flowed through the water at an incredible speed. It came straight for the window, struck by the thick, unbreakable glass with a shock that could be felt by the men inside. It flowed over the glass and over the building. It was trying to eat them, building and all. The part of its body over the port became so thin that it was almost invisible.
and at last, when it reached its absolute limit, it dropped away, baffled, vanishing amid the glare of the lightning and the frothing waters, like the shadows of a nightmare. The heat was intolerable and the air was worse. "Oh, we have to open the ventilator, boss," gasped the Martian. Forepaugh nodded grimly. Wouldn't do to smother either, though to open the ventilator would be to invite another invasion by the black mold, not to mention the amoebae and other fabulous monsters that had, up till now, been kept at a safe distance by the repeller zone, a simple adaptation of a very old discovery. A zone of mechanical vibrations of a frequency of 500,000 cycles per second was created by a large quartz crystal in the water, which was electrically operated. Without power, however, the protective stone had vanished. Or the protective zone had vanished. Let's hope the protective stone remains there. For context, it's operating on the same principle it makes your watch go. If you ever have a watch that says, quartz powered, that's what it's doing. It is applying electrical current to the quartz, and the quartz is wiggling. And because we know how often a quartz wiggles, we can keep time by it. Anyway, we watch? You bet we watch every minute of the day and night. He examined the two chronometers, assuring himself that they were well wound, and congratulated himself that they were not dependent on the now defunct power plant for energy. They were his only means of measuring the passage of time. The sun, which theoretically would seem to travel round and round the horizon, rarely succeeded in making its exact location known, but appeared to shift strangely from side to side at the whim of both fog and water. "Fellas," Grungo remarked, coming out of a study, "why not come?" He referred to the Inranians. "They probably know something's wrong. They can tell the quartz oscillators stopped. Afraid of the Ulul, I suppose." "Square, those Ulula bother fellas. I mean, it doesn't follow them into the underbrush, but they'd find tough going there. Not enough water, trees. 400 feet high with thorny roots, rough bark, them trees. They wouldn't like it. No, these natives ought to be pretty snug in their dens. They're as hard to catch as a muskrat. Don't know what a muskrat is, huh? Well, he bought Twitter." I kid. "Well, it's the same as Inranians, only different and not so ugly." Okay, this guy's talking about the, natives of this planet, and it's making me remember why I have a disclaimer command. Friendly reminder that these books are old. These books are very old. Pre-copyright law in the United States. Friendly reminder that it may have been gross to talk about then, but it's only getting grosser since, from a modern perspective. And sometimes we read stuff and we go, why you gotta do them like that? You didn't need to do it that way. But we are presenting these out of a hope that the good will outweigh the bad. And usually the good does outweigh the bad, if you ask me. And sucking up to people. As Gariki has very succinctly put it before, it's literature. Please play nice. There's a long-winded disclaimer beneath the video. I assure you, I am presenting these, for I feel they have good to go with the bad, is how I will put it. And I hope that you give these stories the same grace that I do. You read them and you go, ooh. But you also go, but the other things are cool. Like the giant amoeba. You don't see giant amoebas in science fiction anymore. Nobody ever does those. Like, they're pulpy, you know? If somebody were to do a giant amoeba now as, a science fiction enemy, I'd be like, you're intentionally making a reference to, old pulps. Take The Rocketeer, for example. They didn't do all those aesthetic details because they thought they were cool. It's because they were nodding at other stuff that did it. If you do an amoeba enemy in a space setting now, you're probably nodding at pulps. Take another good one, the Spelljammer setting for 5th edition D&D recently. Uh, like, they included amoeba people as a nod to spacefaring fiction like this. You know what I mean? And you just don't, like, some things you just, like, go, oh, this was where that came from. This is why that's contemporaneous to that. Jeff's been reading a lot lately. Louisa May Alcott, and it's not very well aged. It's also just not as good. That's fair. The Secret Garden is one like that. I'll say that. I love The Secret Garden. It's a great book. I love it. I enjoy reading it 95% because of nostalgia. But you read the opening parts of that book and you go, oh, this was written by someone very British at a time they were very occupying India. And I forget about it every time I read the book. I'm like, wow, I'm having a great time. I love The Secret Garden. And then I turn a page and they start talking about how Mary is treating the people on the estate in India, and I'm like, oh no. Oh no, I forgot about this. Oh boy. Like, let me put it this way. There is a very good reason that the one I read as a kid was aggressively abridged. And I will say that, and then I will direct you toward my Secret Garden episode, and I will say no more. Long story short, use your brain. Please. Please use your brain. You've read worse in an English class, I promise. Anyway, the book we're reading. For the next 6 days they existed in their straitened quarters, one guarding while the other slept, but such alarms as they experienced were of a minor nature, easily disposed of by their flash pistol. Ding! It had not been intended for continuous service, mind, and under the frequent drains it showed an alarming loss of power. Forepaugh repeatedly warned Gunga to be more sparing in its use, but that worthy persisted in his practice of using it against every trifling invasion of the poisonous Iranian cave moss that threatened them, or the warm, soggy water spiders that hopefully explored the ventilator shafts in search of living food. Oh, Ichabod Crane's story doesn't make him out to be a good guy. Yeah. Yeah. It'd really be like that. Or like, there was one in season 2 where I was like, is this guy supposed to be the protagonist? Are we still in the era of media where, like, sometimes the protagonist is just a terrible guy who happens to be telling the story? You know? Like, you don't see a lot of that anymore. Or maybe I don't see a lot of that anymore because I don't read a lot of it outside paper cuts. But I guess you do see some of it still. I mean, BoJack Horseman, for example. You know. But yeah, there's like sometimes you read these and you go, oh boy. Or like another really great another example that's more innocuous. Earlier, Gunga said it's queer. He said it's queer, and he's literally meaning it's weird. But that has a very different context in a modern setting, and also like where you are using it in a modern setting, it can have some very wildly different implications. Like sometimes these books genuinely are using like what would have then been a positive form of address, but they experience semantic drift over time, and now we look at them and go, you said what? You know? We have that bad enough with living people, let alone books. It's like, sometimes I'll be talking to somebody, you know, well older than me, and I have to keep reminding myself, I'm like, that is the term for the time, and I don't want to sit here and explain that that's not the right term anymore, and I know they mean well, it's fine. Yeah, no. Anyway, the book we're reading, the whole point of the disclaimer command is so we don't spend 30 minutes talking about this. Semantic Drift 3, Tokyo. Greeky's got good chats tonight.
Anyway, the water spiders, which, you know, all I can think of with the water spiders, my immediate first thought are the little scuttlebugs. The little scuttlebugs from Mario 64, you know, the little, like, swirly patterned sphere with two little, like, Google eyes and, like, thin little leggies, like, you know? Which, like, you know, those are drawing from the concept of literal water spiders, where they use the surface tension of the water to kind of, like, glide along the top of it as a cushion. And so, like, this is clearly a water world they're describing, so water spiders are not a huge shock. They probably got, like, big, long, spindly leggies, and they go boing, 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 you know? Like, they keep their feet on the water to exploit, surface tension, and then they, like, on their little leggies, they go boing, 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 to go along, you know? Anyway. Bash him with a broom or something. Never mind if it isn't nice. Save her flash gun for something bigger. Gunga only looked distressed. On the 7th day, their position became untenable. Some kind of sea creature, hidden under the ever-replenished storm waters, had found the concrete emplacements of their trading post to its liking. Just how it was done was never learned. It's doubtful that the creatures could gnaw away the solid stone, but more likely the process itself was chemical. But regardless of how it happened, it was effective. The foundations crumbled, the metal shell subsided, rolled half over so that the silty water leaked in through the straining seams, and threatened at any moment to be buffeted and urged away on the surface of the flood toward that distant vast sea which covers over 9/10 of the area of Inra. Time to mush for the mountains, Forepaw decided. Gunga grinned. The Mountains of Perdition were, to his point of view, the only part of Inra even remotely habitable. They were sometimes fairly cool, and though perpetually pelted with rain, blazing with lightning, and reverberating with thunder, they had caves that were fairly dry and too cool for the black mold. Sometimes, under favorable circumstances on their rugged peaks, one could get the full benefit of the enormous hot sun for whose actinic rays the Martian starved system yearned. Better pack a few cans of the food tablets, take a couple of waterproof sleeping bags for us, and a couple hundred fire pellets. You can have the flash pistol. Might have a few more charges in it. Forepaw broke the glass case, marked emergency only, and removed 2 more flash pistols. Well, he knew that he would need them after passing beyond the trading area, and perhaps even sooner. His eyes fell on his personal chest, and he opened it for a brief examination. Though the contents seemed of any value, he was about to pass on when he dragged out a long, heavy 45 caliber 6-shooter in a holster and a cartridge belt filled with shells. The Martian stared. You know what this is? His master asked, handing him the weapon. Gunga not know. He took it and examined it curiously. It was a fine museum piece in an excellent state of preservation, the metal overlaid with the patina of age, but free from rust and corrosion despite that. It's a weapon of the ancients, sort of a family heirloom of mine. It's 300 years old. One of my grandfathers used it in the famous Northwest Mounted Police. Wonder if it'll still shoot. Kariki with the 1930 Desert Eagle. All I can think of with the voice I'm doing is, like, the scene where Solid Snake picks up one of Revolver Ocelot's guns and then just gushes about it in detail for a solid minute and a half. And I know none of the details because I'm not a gun guy, I'm a sword guy. And so he's just sitting there like, yes, this gun has been... The firing hammer has... And the safety is... And the mother of pearl inlaid handles... right in, you know? All I can think of with this guy's voice. I did not mean to give him a Solid Snake voice, but my throat is gonna regret it. But dude is carrying a Mounties gun from 300 years ago. I was gonna say it's a 45 caliber 6-shot gun carried by the Mounties. So that probably, if you know your gun history, very much narrows down exactly what this is. I have no idea.
one of my computers is aggressively trying to update, and I'm like, no, don't. I need you to be awake right now.
He leveled the weapon at a fat, sightless wriggler that came squirming through a seam, squinting unaccustomed eyes along the barrel. There was a violent explosion, and the wriggler disappeared in a smear of dirty green. Gunga nearly fell over backward in fright, and even Forepaw was shaken. He was surprised the ancient cartridge had exploded at all, though he knew powder making had reached a high level of perfection before explosive chemical weapons had finally yielded to the newer, lighter, and infinitely more powerful ray weapons. The gun would impede their progress and be very little use against the giant carnivora of Inra, and yet something, perhaps a sentimental attachment, perhaps what his ancestors would have called a hunch, compelled him to strap it around his waist. He carefully packed a few essentials in his knapsack, together with one chronometer and a tiny gyroscopic compass. So equipped, they could travel with a fair degree of precision along the mountains, some 100 miles on the other side of a steaming forest that was acrawl with feral life and hot with bloodlust. Man and master descended into the warm waters, and without a backward glance, left the trading post to its fate. There was not even any use in leaving a note. The relief ship, soon due, would never find the station without radio direction. Also, are they implying that Gunga is like a manservant by saying man and master, or is like Gunga an enslaved Martian? Maybe we'll find out. Either way, Gunga has a very fun name to say. I'm hoping it's kind of like a man and manservant situation, like he's kind of like taken Gunga on as kind of like an indentured servant. Like, indentured servant is not much better. Like, he's taken Gunga on because, like, you know, Gunga is also an adventurer. We'll see. The current was strong, but the water gradually became shallower as they ascended the sloping rock. Ooh. How much is a very great command. Thank you for that, Gariki. That's a really good one because we will pretty consistently be asking inflation-based questions with what we read around here. Even though we have some modern books coming, we still have some public domain content. Public domain lovers, don't freak out. It's true. We will be reading more public domain. I've got some fun stuff planned. It's not just going to be analog this year. Or this season. Anyway. The current was very strong, but the water gradually became shallower as they ascended the sloping rock. After half an hour, they saw ahead of them the loom of the forest, and with some trepidation they entered the gloom cast by the towering fern-like trees whose tops disappeared in murky fog. Tangled vines impeded their progress. Quagmires lay in wait for them, and tough weeds tripped them, sometimes throwing one or another into the mud among squirming small reptiles that lashed at them with spiked poisonous feet and then fell to pieces, each piece to lie in the bubbling ooze until it grew again until a whole new animal. Several times they almost walked under the bodies of great spheroidal creatures with massive short legs whose tremendously long, sinuous necks disappeared in the leafy murk above, swaying gently like long-stalked lilies in a terrestrial pond. These were Azarnacs, mild-tempered vegetarians whose only defense lay in their thick, blubbery hides. Filled with parasites, stinking and rancid, their decayed covering of fat effectively conceals the tender flesh underneath, protecting them from fangs and rending claws. Deeper in the forest, the battering of the rain was mitigated. Giant neopalm leaves formed a roof that shut out not only most of the weak daylight, but also the full fury of the downpour. The water collected in cataracts ran down the boles of the trees and roared through the semicircular canals of the snake trees, so named by early explorers for their waving, rubbery tentacles, multiplied a millionfold, that performed the duties of leaves. Water gurgled and chuckled everywhere, spread in vast dim ponds and lakes, writhing with tormented roots, upheaved by unseen, uncatalogued leviathans, ripped by translucent discs of loathsome, luminescent jelly that quivered from place to place in pursuit of microscopic prey. Yet, the impression was one of calm and quiet, and the waifs from the other worlds felt a surcease of their nervous tension. Unconsciously, they relaxed. Taking their bearings, they changed their course slightly for the nesting place of the nearest tribe of Inranians, where they hoped to get food and at least partial shelter. For their food tablets had mysteriously turned to an unpleasant viscous liquid, and their sleeping bags were alive with giant bacteria easily visible to the bare eye. They were doomed to disappointment. After nearly 12 hours of desperate struggle through the morass, through gloomy aisles and countless narrow escapes from prowling beasts of prey, in which only the speed and tremendous power of their flash pistols saved them from instant death, they reached a rocky outcropping, which led to the comparatively dry rise of land on which a tribe of Inranians made its home. Their faces were covered with wealth made by the hanging filaments of blood-sucking trees as fine as spiderwebs, and their senses reeled with the oppressive stench of the abysmal jungle. If the pampered ladies of the inner planets only knew where their $1,000 orchids sprang from. Converging runways showed the opening of one of the underground dens, almost hidden from view by a bewildering maze of roots, rendered more formidable by long, sharp stakes made from the iron-hard thigh bones of the flying cabo. Forepaw cupped his hands over his mouth and gave the call. Woof! 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 He repeated it over and over, the jungle giving back his voice in a muffled echo, while Gunga held a spare flash pistol and kept a sharp lookout for a carnivore intent on getting an unwary Inranian. There was no answer. These timid creatures, who were often rated the most intelligent life native to primitive Inra, had sensed disaster and fled. Forepaw and Gunga slept in one of the foul, poorly ventilated dens, ate of the hard, woody tubers that had not been worth taking along, and wished they had a certain stock clerk at the place at that time. They were awakened out of a deep slumber by the threshing of an evil-looking creature, which had become tangled among the sharpened spikes. Its tremendous maw, splitting it almost in half, was open in roars of pain that showed great yellow fangs 8 inches in length. Its heavy flippers battered the stout roots and lacerated themselves in the beast's insensate rage. It was quickly dispatched with a flash pistol, and Gunga cooked himself some of the meat, using a fire pellet. But despite his hunger, Forepaw did not dare eat any of it, knowing that this species, strange to him, might easily be one of the many on Inra that are poisonous to terrestrials. They resumed their march toward that distant invisible mountain, and were fortunate in finding somewhat better footing than they had on their previous march. They covered about 25 miles on that day without untoward incident. Their ray pistols gave them an insuperable advantage over the largest and most ferocious beast they could expect to meet, so that they became more and more confident, despite the knowledge that they were rapidly using up the energy stored in their weapons. The first one had long ago been discarded, and the charge indicators of the other two were approaching zero at a disquieting rate. Forepaw took them both, and from that time on he was careful never to waste a discharge except in a case of a direct or unavoidable attack. This often entailed long waits or stealthy detours through sucking mud, and came near to ending both their lives for several times. The Earthman was in the lead when it happened, seeking an uncertain footing through a tangle of low-growing, thick, ghastly white vegetation. He placed a foot on what seemed to be a broad, flat rock projecting slightly above the ooze. Instantly there was a violent upheaval of mud. The seeming rock flew up like a trapdoor, disclosing a cavernous mouth some 7 feet across, and a thick, triangular tentacle flew up from its concealment in the mud in a vicious arc. Forepaw leapt back barely in time to escape being swept in and engulfed. The end of the tentacle struck him a heavy blow on the chest, throwing him back with such force as to bowl Gunga over, and whirling the pistols out of his hands into a slimy, bulbous growth nearby, where they stuck in phosphorescent cavities, the force their impact had made. There was no time to recover the weapons. With a bellow of rage, the beast was out of its bed and rushing at them. Nothing stayed its progress. Tough, heavily scaled trees, thicker than a man's body, shuddered and fell as its bulk brushed by them. But it was momentarily confused, and its first rush carried it past its dodging quarry. This momentary respite saved their lives. Rearing its plumed head to awesome heights, its knobby bark running with brown rivulets of water, a giant tree, even for that world of giants, offered refuge. The men scrambled up the rough trunk easily, finding plenty of hand and footholds. They came to rest on one of the shelf-like circumvoluting rings, some 25 feet above the ground. Soon the blunt brown tentacles slithered in search of them, but failed to reach their refuge by mere inches. And now began the terrible siege that interlopers in that primitive world can endure. From that cavernous, distended throat came a tremulous, tremendous world-shaking noise. Forepaw put his hand to his head. It made him dizzy. He couldn't believe that such noise could be. He knew that no creature could live long amidst it. He tore strips from his shredded clothing and stuffed his ears, but felt no relief. It throbbed in his brain. Gunga lay asprawl, staring with a fascinated eye into the pulsating scarlet gullet that was blasting the world with his sound. Slowly, slowly he was slipping. His master hauled him back, and the Martian grinned at him stupidly, and slid again to the edge. Once more, Forepaw pulled him back. The Martian seemed to acquiesce to this, his single eye closed to a mere slit. He moved to a position between Forepaw and the tree trunk, and braced his feet. "No, you don't!" The Earthman laughed uproariously. The din was making him lightheaded. It was so funny. Just in time, he'd caught that cunning expression and prepared for the outlashing of feet destined to plunge him into the red cavern below and to stop that hellish racket. And now, he swung his fist heavily, slamming the Martian against the tree. The red eye closed wearily. He was unconscious, and luckily so. Hungrily, the Earthman stared at his distant flash pistols, plainly visible in the luminescence of their fungus bedding where they had landed. He began a slow, cautious creep along the top of a vine some 8 inches thick. If he could reach them. Well, if he could reach them. Crack! He was almost knocked to the ground by the thud of a frantic tentacle against the vine. His movement had been seen. Again the tentacle struck with crushing force. The great vine swayed. He managed to reach the shelf again in the very nick of time. Whoom, 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 whoom. A bolt of lightning struck a giant fern some distance away. The crash of thunder was hardly noticeable over the massive noise. Forepaw wondered if his tree would be struck. Perhaps it might even start a fire, giving him a flaming brand with which to torment his tormentor. Ah, but a vain hope. The wood was saturated with moisture. Even the fire pellets couldn't make it burn. Whoom, 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 whoom. 6-shooter, he'd forgotten it. He jerked it from its holster and pointed it at the red throat and emptied all the chambers. Bang, 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 bang. He saw the flash of yellow flame, felt the recoil, but the sound of the discharges was drowned in the Brobdingnagian. I know how to say this word. I've read it 1,000 times. I just haven't seen it or read it aloud. Brobdingnagian. Brobdingnagian? It's a big noise. Colossal tumult, if you will. He drew back his arm to throw the useless toy from him, but again that unexplainable, senseless hunch restrained him. He reloaded the gun and returned it to his holster. Whoom! Many of those. A thought had been struggling to reach his consciousness against the pressure of the unbearable noise. The fire pellets, couldn't they be used in some way? Their small chemical spheres, no larger than the end of his little finger, they'd long ago supplanted actual fire along the frontiers where electricity wasn't available for cooking. In contact with moisture, they emitted terrific heat, a radiant heat which penetrated meat, bone, and even metal. One such pellet could cook a meal in 10 minutes with no sign of scorching or burning. They had several hundred in the standard moisture-proof containers. Some kind of sodium ball, my guess. As fast as his fingers could work the trigger of the dispenser, Forepaw dropped the potent little pellets down the bellowing throat. He managed to release about 30 before the bellowing stopped. A veritable tornado of energy broke loose at the foot of the tree. The giant maw was closed, and the shocking silence was broken only by the thrashing of a giant body in its death agonies. The radiant heat, penetrating through and through and through the beast's body, withered nearby vegetation, could easily be felt on the perch on the tree. Gunga, to his credit, was slowly recovering. His iron constitution helped him to rally from the powerful blow which he'd received. By the time the jungle was still, he was sitting up, mumbling apologies. Never mind all that. Shimmy down there, cut us off a good helping of roast tongue, if it's got a tongue, before something else comes along and beats us out of a feast.
Poison, maybe?
Gunga demurred. He'd killed the specimen new to zoologists. Might as well die of poison as starvation. Without more ado, the Martian descended, cut out some large, juicy chunks as his fancy dictated, and brought his loot back up to the tree. The meat was delicious and apparently wholesome. They gorged themselves and threw away what they couldn't eat, for food spoils very quickly in the Iranian jungles, and uneaten meat would only serve to attract hordes of the gauzy-winged, gluttonous Iranian swamp flies. As they sank into slumber, they could hear the beginning of a bedlam of snarling and fighting as the lesser carnivora of the forest fed on the body of the fallen giant. When they awoke, the chronometer had recorded the passing of 12 hours. They had to tear a network of strong fibers with which the tree had invested them, preparatory to absorbing their bodies as food. For so keen is the competition of life on Inra that practically all vegetation is capable of absorbing animal food directly. Many an Iranian explorer can tell tales of narrow escapes from some of the more specialized flesh-eating plants, but they are now so well known that they are easily avoided. A clean-picked framework of crushed and broken giant bones was all that was left of the late bellowing monster. Six-legged water dogs were polishing them hopefully, or delving into them with their long, sinuous snouts for the marrow. The Earthman fired a few shots with his six-shooter, and they scattered, dragging the bodies of their fallen companions to a safe distance to be eaten. Only one of the flash pistols was in working order. The other had been trampled by heavy hooves and was useless. A heavy handicap under which to traverse 50 miles of abysmal jungle. They started with nothing for breakfast except water, of which, of course, they had plenty. Fortunately, the outcroppings of rocks and gravel washes were becoming more and more frequent, and they were able to travel at a much better speed. As they left the low-lying jungle land, they entered a zone which was faintly reminiscent of a terrestrial jungle. It was still hot, soggy, and fetid, but gradually the most primitive aspects of the scene were modified. The overarching trees were less closely packed, and they came across occasional rock clearings which were bare of vegetation, except for a dense carpet of brown, lichen-like vegetation that secreted an astonishing amount of juice. They slipped and sloshed through this, rousing swarms of odd, toothed birds which darted angrily around on their heads and slashed at them with a razor-sharp saw edges with the bow of their legs. Can I speak words, please? Let's try that sentence again. They slipped and sloshed through this rousing swarm. They slipped and sloshed through this, rousing swarms of odd-toothed birds which darted angrily around on their hands and slashed at them with the razor-sharp saw edges on the back of their legs. Annoying as they were, they could be kept away with branches torn from trees, and their presence connoted an absence of the deadly jungle flesh-eaters, permitting a temporary relaxation of vigilance and saving the resources of their last flash gun. They camped that night on the edge of one of those rock clearings. For the first time in weeks it had stopped raining, although the sun remained obscured. Dimly on the horizon could be seen the first of the foothills. Here they gathered some of the giant oblong fungus that early explorers had taken for blocks of porous stone because of their size and weight, and by dint of the plentiful application of fire pellets managed to set it ablaze. The heat added nothing to their comfort, but it dried them out and allowed them to sleep unmolested by the wildlife. That's another one. That's another one that has experienced a very noticeable semantic drift. Unmolested used to mean unbothered. Now we read it and we go, oh, you know. This is very Pikmin. You know what I mean? Like, Pikmin is not set on a water world, but, like, you can see how Pikmin is drawing from, you know, hostile alien planets, and it's drawing on the tropes of, like, certain pulps a little bit. I should play Pikmin on stream. I know I started to play Pikmin 3. Is my Wii U even set up? I don't know. That's a project for another time. An unwary winged eel served as their breakfast, and as soon as they were on their way to those beckoning hills, it started to rain again. But the worst part of their journey was over, after all. If they could reach the top of one of the mountains, there was a good chance that they would be seen and rescued by their relief ship, provided they didn't starve on the way. The flyer would use the mountains as a base from which to search for the trading station, and it was conceivable that the skipper might actually have anticipated their desperate adventure and would look for them in the mountains of perdition. They had crossed several ranges of the foothills and were beginning to congratulate themselves when the diffused light from above was suddenly blotted out. It was raining again, and above the echo-augmented thunder they heard a shrill screeching. "A web serpent!" Gunga cried, throwing himself flat on the ground. Forepaw eased into a rock cleft at his side, just in time. A great grotesque head bore down upon him, many-fanged as an evil dragon. Between obsidian eyes was a fissure whence emanated a wailing and foul odor. Hundreds of short, clawed legs slithered on the rocks under a long, sinuous body. Then it seemed to leap into the air again. Webs grew taut between the legs, strumming as they caught a strong uphill wind. Again it turned for the attack and missed them. This time, however, Forepaw was ready for it. He shot at it with his flash pistol. Ding! Ah! I wonder if I could actually, like, emulate the Akira, like, that Akira sound clip. That's a project for later. Nothing happened, though. The fog made accurate shooting impossible, and the gun lacked its former power. The web serpent continued to course back and forth over their heads. Guess we better run for it. Go ahead. They cautiously left their places of concealment. Instantly, the serpent was down again, persistent if inaccurate. It struck the place of their first concealment and missed them. Run! They extended their weary muscles to the utmost, but it was soon apparent they couldn't escape long. A rock wall, however, in their path saved them. Pull! The Martian gasped. Forepaw followed him into the rocky cleft. There was a strong draft of dry air, and it would have been next to impossible to hold the Martian back, so Forepaw allowed him to lead on to the source of the draft. As long as it led toward the mountains, he didn't care. The natural passageway was untenanted. Apparently, its coolness and dryness made it untenable for most of Inra's humidity and heat-loving life. Yet, the floor was so smooth it must have been artificially leveled. Faint illumination was provided by the rocks themselves. They appeared to be covered by some sort of microscopic phosphorescent vegetation. After hundreds of twists and turns and interminable straight galleries, the cleft turned more sharply upward, and they had a period of stiff climbing. They must have gone several miles and climbed at least 20,000 feet. The air became noticeably thin, which only exhilarated Gunga, but really slowed the Earthman down. At last they came to the end of the cleft. They could go no farther, but above them, at least 500 feet higher, they saw a round patch of sky, miraculously bright blue sky. A pipe. He'd often heard of these mysterious, almost fabulous structures, sometimes reported by passing travelers. Straight and true, smooth as glass, immune to the elements, they'd been occasionally seen standing on the very tops of the highest mountains. Seen for a few moments, only before they were hidden again by the clouds. Were they observatories of some ancient race, placed thus to pierce the mysteries of outer space? Well, they could find out. The inside of the pipe had zigzagging rings of metal, conveniently spaced for easy climbing. With Gunga leading, they soon reached the top, but not quite. Oh. There had not been a sound, but a distinct, definite command had registered on their minds.
Stop.
They tried to climb higher, but could not unclasp their hands. They tried to descend, but couldn't lower their feet. The light was, by now, relatively bright, and, as by command, their eyes sought the opposite wall. What they now saw gave their jaded nerves an unpleasant thrill. A mass of doughy matter of a blue-green color, about 3 feet in diameter, with something that resembled a cyst, filled with transparent liquid near its center. Ah, we're meeting the thing from the cover. And this thing began to flow along the rods, much as tar flows. From the mast extended a pseudopod, touched Gunga on the arm. Instantly the arm was raw and bleeding. Terrified, unmovable, he writhed in his agony. The pseudopod returned into the main mass, disappearing into its interior with that stripped, bloody skin. Its attention was so centered on the luckless Martian that its control slipped from Forepaw. Seizing his flash pistol, he set the localized for a small area and aimed it at the thing, intent on burning it into nothingness, but again his hand was stayed. Against the utmost of his willpower, his fingers opened, letting the pistol drop. The liquid in the cyst danced and bubbled. Was it laughing at him? It read his mind and thwarted his will, that's for sure. Again, a pseudopod stretched out, and a strip of raw red flesh adhered to it, and so it was consumed. Mad rage convulsed the Earthman. Should he throw himself tooth and nail on the master, be engulfed? He thought of the six-shooter. It thrilled him, but wouldn't it make him drop that too? A flash of atavistic cunning came to him. He began to reiterate in his mind a certain thought. This thing is so I can see you better. This thing is so I can see you better. He said it over and over with all the passion and devotion of a celibate's prayer over a uranium fount. This thing is harmless, but it'll make me see you better. Slowly, he drew the six-shooter. In some occult way, he knew it was watching him. This is harmless. This is an instrument to my weak eyes that will help me realize your mastery. It will enable me to know your true greatness. This will enable me to know you as a god. Was it complacence or suspicion that stirred the liquid in the cyst so smoothly? Was it susceptible to flattery? He sighted along the barrel. In another moment your great intelligence will overwhelm me, proclaimed his surface mind desperately, while the subconscious tensed the trigger. And at that, the clear liquid burst into a turmoil of alarm. Far too late. Forepaw went limp, but not before he'd loosed a steel-jacketed bullet that shattered the mind cyst of the pipe denizen. A horrible pain coursed through his every fiber and nerve. He was safe in the arms of Gunga, being carried to the top of the pipe to the clean, dry air and the blessed, blistering sun. The pipe denizen, however, was dying. A viscous, inert mass, it dropped lower and lower, and lost contact at last, shattered into slime on the bottom. Miraculous sun, for a luxurious 15 minutes, they roasted there on top of the pipe, the only solid thing in a sea of clouds as far as the eye could reach. But no, that was a circular spot. Against the brilliant white of the clouds, it was rapidly coming closer. In a few minutes it resolved itself into the Comet, fast relief ship of the terrestrial, Iranian, Gendian, and Zindian lines incorporated. With a low buzz of her repulsion motors, she drew alongside. Hooks were attached and ports opened. A petty officer and a crew of roustabouts made her fast. "The hell's going on here?" asked the cocky little terrestrial who was skipper, stepping out and surveying the castaways. "We've been looking for you ever since your directional wave field. Come on in, come on in." He led the way to his stateroom while the ship's surgeon took Gunga in charge. Closing the door carefully, he delved in the bottom of his locker and brought out a flask. "You can't be too careful," he remarked, filling a small tumbler for himself and another for his guest. "Always apt to be some snooper to report me, but Hey, you want it in the radio room. Radio room nothing when we eat. Right away, but you better see him. Brother from the Interplanetary News Agency wants you to broadcast a copyrighted story. Good for about 3 years' salary, old boy. Alright, I'll see him. Just as soon as I put through a personal message. And then we were invited to go over to the Reader's Corner. Which we may do, actually, instead of starting the Lord of Space, depending on how long this is. One moment, I need to make sure nothing's on fire. Cool, nothing's on fire. Alright, let's see how long the Lord of Space is, right? Do we have a table of contents for this thing? Show me the table of contents. Okay, yeah, I can dig through this. How long is the Lord of Space? Oh, it's 10%. We got enough time for another 10%. We've made 9% in the time we have. We got time. And if we don't, we'll just end off and come back to the Lord of Space next week. The Lord of Space by Victor Rousseau. On the day of the next full moon, every living thing will be wiped out of existence. Unless you succeed in your mission, Lee. Nathaniel Lee looked in the face of Silas Stark, President of the United States of the world, and nodded grimly. I'll do my best, sir. You have the facts. We know who this self-styled Black Caesar is. He's who's declared war upon humanity. He's a Dane named Axelson, whose father, condemned to a life imprisonment for resisting the New World Order, succeeded in obtaining possession of an interplanetary liner. He filled it with a gang of desperate men who had been associated with him in his successful escape from the penitentiary. Together they sailed into space. They disappeared. It was supposed they'd somehow met their death in the ether beyond the range of human ken. 30 years passed, and the son of Axelson, born according to his own story of a woman whom the father had persuaded to accompany him into space, began to radio us. We thought at first that it was some practical joker who was cutting in. When our electricians demonstrated beyond doubt the voice came from outer space, it was supposed that someone in our moon colony had acquired a transmitting machine. Then the ships we sent to the moon colony for gold failed to return. As you know, for 7 weeks there's been no communication with the moon. And at the last full moon, the blow fell. The world depends upon you, Lee. The invisible rays that destroyed every living thing from China to Australia, 1/5 of the human race, will fall upon the eastern seaboard of America when the moon is full again. That's been the gist of Axelson's repeated communications. We shall look to you to return, either with the arch-enemy of the human race as your prisoner, or with the good news that mankind has been set free from the menace that overhangs it. God bless you, my boy. The President of the United States of the world gripped Nat's hand and stepped down the ladder that led from the landing stage of a great interplanetary spaceship. The immense landing field reserved for the ships of the interplanetary line was situated 1,000 feet above the heart of New York City, in Westchester Country. It was a flat space set on top of 5 great towers strewn with electrified sand whose glow had the property of dispersing the sea fogs. There at rest upon what resembled nothing so much as iron claws, the long gray shape of the vacuum flyer bull. Nat sneezed as he watched the operation of his men, for the common cold, or coryza, seemed to be likely to be the last of germ diseases that would yield to medical science. He caught a bad one in the Capitol, while listening to the debate in the Senate upon the threat to humanity. And it was cold in the landing stage, in contrast to the perpetual summer of the glass-roofed city below. But Nat forgot the cold as he watched the preparations for the ship's departure. Neon and nitrogen gas were being pumped under pressure into the outer shell, were a minute charge of Lucon, the newly discovered element that helped to counteract gravitation, combined with them to help provide the power that would lift the vessel above the regions of the stratosphere. In the low roof Sorry, that Magnus just made a very distracting noise. In the low roof buildings that surrounded the stage was a scene of tremendous activity. The selenium discs were flashing signals. The radio receivers were shouting their late news. On the great power boards, dials and light signals stood out in the glow of amylite tubes. On a rotary stage, 1,000 feet above the ship, a giant searchlight, visible for 1,000 miles, moved its shaft of dazzling luminosity across the heaven. Now the spar illuminite outer skin of the ship grew bright with the red neon glare. Another ship from China dropped slowly in its stage nearby, and the unloaders swarmed about the pneumatic tubes to receive the mail. The teleradio was shouting news of a failure by the Manchurian wheat crop. Nat's chief officer, a short cockney man named Brent, came up to him. "Ready to start, sir." Nat turned to him. "Your orders are clear?" "Yes, sir." "Send Benson here." "I'm here, sir." Benson, the ray gunner in charge of the battery that comprised the vessel's armament, a lean Yankee from Connecticut, stepped forward. "Yeah, know what you are. You know your orders, Benson. Axelson seized the moon and the gold mines there, planning to obliterate the Earth. Gotta go in like mad dogs and shoot to kill. No matter if we kill every living thing there, even our own people who are inmates of the moon's penal settlement, we've got to account for Axelson." "Yes, sir." "We can't guess how we got the gold ships that returned with neon and argon for the moon colonists, but he mustn't get us. The men understand that. That's all." "Very good, sir." The teleradio suddenly began to splutter. A, it called. And instantly every sound ceased about the landing stage, for that was the call of Axelson somewhere upon the moon. Axelson speaking. "At the next full moon, all the American province of the World Federation will be annihilated, just as the Chinese province was at the last. There's no hope for you, good people. Send out your vacuum liners. I could use a few more of them. Within 6 months, your world will be depopulated, unless you flash me the signal of surrender." Would the proud old Earth come to that? Daily these ominous threats had been repeated, until popular fears had become frenzy. And Nat was being sent out as a last hope. If he failed, there would be nothing but surrender to this man, armed with a super force that enabled him to lay waste to the Earth from the moon. Within 1 hour, those invisible, death-stealing rays destroyed everything that inhaled oxygen and exhaled carbon. The ray with which the liner was equipped was a mere toy in its comparison. It would kill at no more than 15 miles, and its action was quite different. As a prelude to Earth's surrender, Axelson demanded that World President Stark and a score of other dignitaries should depart for the moon as hostages. Every ray fortress in the world was to be dismantled. Every treasury was to send its gold to be piled up in a great pyramid on the New York landing stage. The Earth was to acknowledge Axelson as its supreme master. One moment, I will be right back. So sorry about that. Something in the RV insisted upon my attention. And I'm used to things insisting upon my attention. I have 2 cats, but, you know, sometimes it needs to be addressed. The iron claws were turning with a screw-like motion, extending themselves and slowly raising the interplanetary vessel until she looked like a great metal fish with metal legs ending with sucker-like discs. But already she was floating free as the softly purring engines held her in equipoise. Nat climbed the short ladder that led to her deck. Brent came up to him again. The teleradio message from Axelson? Yes. I don't believe it came from the moon at all. You don't? You think it's somebody playing a hoax on Earth? You think it's wiping out China was just an Earth joke? No, sir. Brent stood steady under his superior's sarcasm. But I was chief teleradio officer at Greenwich before being promoted to the province of America, and what they don't know at Greenwich, they don't know anywhere. Brent spoke with the self-assurance of the born Cockney that even the centuries had failed to remove, though it removed the Cockney accent. Good, my Cockney accent's horrible. Oh, well, Brent, I was with the chief electrician at the receiving station when Axelson was radioing last week, and I noticed that the waves of the sound were under a slight Doppler effect, with the immense magnification necessary for transmitting from the moon. As such deflection might be construed as mere fan-like extension, but there was 10 times the magnification one would expect for the moon. I calculated those sound waves were shifting somewhere. Then what's your theory, Brent? Those sounds came from another planet. Somewhere on the moon, there's an intercepting and retransmitting plant. Axelson's deflecting his rays to give the impression he's on the moon to lure our ships there. Who do you advise? I don't know, sir. Neither do I. Set your course moonward. Tell Mr. Benson to keep his eyes peeled. The moon colony, discovered in 1976 when Kramer of Baltimore proved the practicality of mixing neon with the inert new gas Luson, and so conquering gravitation, had proved to be just what it was expected of being, a desiccated, airless desolation. Nevertheless, within the depths of the craters, a certain amount of the moon's ancient atmosphere still lingered, sufficient to sustain life for the queer troglodytes with enormous lung boxes who survived there, browsing like beasts upon the stunted, aloe-like vegetation. It's interesting. This is not the first time that we have had a story say, there's liquid atmosphere on the moon. Because, like, the H.G. Wells Cavorite story had, all of the atmosphere is frozen in puddles at the bottom of the craters, and it unfreezes, and then the moon has breathable air. Smile. Like, it makes you wonder, like, is this coming about because, like, people are discovering, you know, how gases behave under pressure, and like you can produce liquefied air by producing enough pressure and everything, like, or is this a nod to H.G. Wells's Cavoritian selenites? You know what I mean? Either way, it's really interesting that they call out specifically the low craters holding ancient atmosphere, because it's now been found that they may contain ancient ice that we're going to be using in the Artemis missions when we get to the moon. Because, you know, the easiest way to get water is finding water. And the second easiest way to get water is by producing hydrogen and oxygen and then making water. You know? So, I digress. Half man, half ape, and very much unlike either, these vestiges of a species on a ruined globe had proved tractable and amenable to discipline. They had become the laborers of the convict settlement that sprang up on the moon. The moon is literally space Australia? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that it was a penal colony earlier. The moon is space Australia. I love that. Thither all those who had opposed the establishment of the World Federation, together with all persons convicted for the fourth time of a felony, had been transported to superintend the efforts of these dumb, unhuman moon dwellers. For it had been discovered that the moon craters were extraordinarily rich in gold, and gold, well, it was still the medium of exchange on Earth. To supplement the vestigial atmosphere, huge stations had been set up, which extracted the oxygen from the subterranean waters 5 miles below the Earth's crust, the moon's crust rather, and recombined it with the nitrogen with which the surface layer was impregnated, thus creating an atmosphere which was pumped to the workers. Then a curious discovery had been made. It was impossible for the human beings to exist without the addition of these elements existing in the air in minute quantities, neon, krypton, argon, and the ships that brought the gold bars back from the moon had conveyed those gaseous elements there. The droning of the 16 atomic motors grew louder and mingled with the hum of gyroscopes. The ladder was drawn up and the porthole sealed. On the enclosed bridge, Nat threw the switch of durabronze that released the non-conducting shutter, which gave way to the 16 great magnets. Swiftly, the great ship shot forward into the air. The droning of the motors became a shrill whine, and then grew too shrill for human ears to follow, giving way to silence. Nat set the speed lever to 500 miles an hour, the utmost that had been found possible in passing through the Earth's atmosphere, owing to the resistance which tended to heat the vessel and damage the delicate atomic engines. As soon as the ether was reached, the speed could be increased to 10 or 12,000, and a 22-hour run to the moon colony. Well, then that's about the time it usually took. He pressed the lever, which set bells ringing in all parts of the ship. By means of a complicated mechanism, the air was exhausted from each compartment in turn, and then replaced, and as the bells rang, the men at work trooped out of these compartments consecutively. This had been originated for the purpose of destroying any life dangerous to man that might have unwittingly been imported from the moon, but on one occasion it resulted in the discovery of a stowaway. Then Nat descended the bridge to the upper deck. Here on a platform were 2 batteries of 3 ray guns apiece, mounted on swivels and firing in any direction on the port and starboard sides, respectively. The guns were enclosed in a thin sheath of osmium, through which the lethal rays penetrated unchanged. About them, thick shields of lead protected the gunners. He talked with Benson for a while. "Don't let Axelson get the jump on you. Be on the alert every moment." The gunners, keen-looking men, graduates from the Annapolis Gunnery School, grinned and nodded. They were proud of their trade and its traditions. Nat felt the vessel was safe in their hands. The chief mate appeared at the head of the companion, accompanied by a girl. "Stowaway, sir. She tumbled out of the repair shop annex when we let out the air." Nat stared at her in consternation, and the girl stared back at him. She was a very pretty girl, all things considered, hardly more than 22 or 3, dressed in a business-like costume of a leather jacket, in knickers, and the black spiral puttees that had come into style in the past decade. She stepped forward, unabashed. "Well, who are you?" "That's not Nat." "Well, who are you?" "Madge Davis of the Universal News Syndicate." "The devil. You people think you run the World Federation since you got President Stark elected." "We certainly do." "Well, you don't run this ship. How'd you like a long parachute drop back to Earth?" "Don't be foolish, my dear man. Don't you know you'll get wrinkles if you scowl like that? Smile. Oh, that's better. Now, honestly, Cap, we just had to get the jump on everybody else, and interviewing Axelson means such a lot to me." Pouts succeeded smiles. "You're not going to be cross about it, are you?" "You realize the risk you're running, young woman? Are you aware that our chances of ever getting back to Earth are smaller than you ought to have dreamed of taking?" "Oh, that's all right. And now that we're friends again, would you mind asking the steward to get me something to eat? I've been cooped up in that room downstairs for 15 hours. I've been simply starving." Nat shrugged his shoulders hopelessly, and he turned to the chief mate. "Take Miss Davies down to the saloon, see that Wengling supplies her with a good meal, and put her in the Admiral's cabin. Good enough for you?" "Oh, that'll be fine. I'll rely on you to keep me posted about everything that's going on, and a little later I'm going to take X-ray photographs of you and all these men. She smiled at the grinning gunners. That's the new fad, you know. We're going to offer prizes for the best developed skeletons in the American province, and pick a king and queen of beauty. Ah! If you don't know why I'm making that noise, consider yourself lucky. Hoo boy! Determining beauty based on skeletons sure is a choice. We've already did the disclaimer, it's too late. You've got a radio, sir? Nat, who had only snatched a brief interval of sleep, started up as the man on duty handed him the message. The vessel had been constantly in communication with Earth during her voyage, and that was now nearing completion, but the dreaded AAA that prefaced this message told Nat that it came from Axelson. Congratulations on your attempt. I have watched your career with the greatest interest through the medium of such scraps of information as I've been able to pick up on the moon. When you're my guest tomorrow, I shall hope to be able to offer you a high post in the new world government that I'm planning to establish. I need good men, after all. Fraternally, the Black Caesar. Nat whirled about. Madge Dawes was standing behind him, trying to read the message over his shoulder. Spying, eh? My dear man, isn't that my business? Oh, read this then, said Nat, handing her the message. You're likely to repent this crazy trick of yours before we get much farther. And he pointed to the cosmic ray skyograph of the moon on the curved glass dome overhead. They were approaching the satellite rapidly. It filled the whole dome, the craters, great black hollows, the mountains standing out clearly. Beneath the dome were the radium apparatus that emitted the rays by which the satellite was photographed cinematographically, and the gyroscope steering apparatus by which the ship's course was directed. Suddenly, a buzzer sounded a warning, and Nat sprung to the tube. Gravitational interference X40. Gyroscopic aberration 1 minute 29. Discharge static electricity from the hull. Mr. Benson, stand by. What does that mean? Means I shall be obliged if you'll abstain from speaking to the man at the controls. And what's that? Said Madge in a shriller voice, pointing upward. Across the patterned surface of the moon, shown on the skygraph, a black cigar-shaped form was passing. It looked like one of the old-fashioned dirigibles, and the speed with which it moved was evident from the fact that it was perceptibly traversing the moon's surface. Perhaps it was traveling at the rate of 50,000 miles an hour. Brent, the chief officer, burst up the companion. His face was livid. Black ship approaching us from the moon, sir. Benson's training his guns, but it's 20,000 miles away. Yeah, even our ray guns won't shoot that distance. Tell Benson to keep his guns trained as well as he can. Open fire at 500. Benson disappeared. Madge and Nat were alone on the bridge. Nat was shouting incomprehensible orders down the tube. He stopped and looked up, where the shadow of the approaching ship had crossed the moon's disk and disappeared. Well, young lady, I think your goose is cooked. If I'm not mistaken, that ship is Axelson's, and he's on his way to knock us galley west. Now oblige me by leaving the bridge, will you? I think he's a perfectly delightful character to judge from that message he sent you, and... Brent appeared again. Triangulation shows 10,000 miles, sir. Take control. Keep on the gyroscopic course. Allow for aberrancies, and make for the crater of Pitho. I'll take command of the guns. He hurried down the companion with Madge at his heels. The gunners stood by the ray guns, 3 at each. Benson perched upon a revolving stool above the batteries. He was watching a periscopic instrument connected with the bridge, done by means of a tube, a flat mirror in front of him showing all points of the compass. At one edge of the shadow, the black ship was creeping slowly forward. 8,000 miles, sir. The 1000s are extreme range. Looks like she's making it for a blind spot overhead. Nat stepped to the speaking tube. Try to ram her, he called up to Brent. We'll open with all guns. Pull 'em forward. Very good, sir, the Cockney called back. The black shadow was now nearly in the center of the mirror. It moved upward, vanishing. Suddenly, the atomic motors began wheezing again. The wheeze became a whine, and then a drone. We've dropped to 2,000 miles an hour, sir, called Brent. Nat leapt for the companion. As he reached the top, he would hear the teleradio apparatus in the wireless room overhead begin to chatter. Don't try to interfere. I'm taking you to the crater of Pitha. Shall renew my offer there. Any resistance will be fatal. And suddenly, the droning of the motors became a whine again, then silence. Nat stared at the instrument board and uttered a cry. What's the matter? Well, the matter, he's neutralized our engines by some infernal means, and he's towing us up to the moon. The huge sphere of the moon had long since covered the entire dome. The huge crater of Pitho now filled it, a black hollow 50 miles across, into which they were gradually settling. And as they settled, the pale earth light, white as that of the moon on Earth, showed the giant masses of bare rock, on which nothing grew, and the long stalactites of glassy lava that hung from them. Then, out of the depths beneath, emerged the shadowy shape of the landing stage. You are about to land. Don't try any tricks. Oh, this is still Axelson. You're about to land. Don't try any tricks. They'll be useless. Above all, don't try to use your puny ray. You're helpless. The ship was almost stationary. Little figures could be seen swarming upon the landing stage, ready to adjust the iron claws to clamp the hull. With a gesture of helplessness, Nat left the bridge and went down to the main deck where, in obedience to his orders, the crew would all assemble. Men, I'm putting it up to you. Axelson, the Black Caesar, advises us to not use the ray guns. I won't order you to. I'll leave the decision to y'all. We tried it 15 minutes ago, sir. I told Larrigan to fire off the stern starboard gun to see if it was in working order, and it wasn't. At that moment, the vessel settled with a slight jar into the clamps. Once more, the teleradio began to scream. Open the portholes and file out slowly. Resistance is useless. I should turn my ray gun upon you and obliterate you immediately. Assemble on the landing stage and wait for me. Well, you'd best obey. We've got a passenger to consider. He glared at Madge as he spoke, and Madge's smile was a little more tremulous than it had been before. This is the most thrilling experience of my life, Captain Lee, and I'll never rest until I've got an X-ray photograph of Mr. Axelson's skeleton for the Universal News Syndicate. One by one, Nat last, the crew filed down the ladder onto the landing stage, gasping and choking in the rarefied air that lay like a blanket at the bottom of the crater. And the reason for this was only too apparent to Nat as soon as he was on the level stage. Overhead, an aptitude of about a mile, the black ship hung, and from its stupendous searchlight playing to and fro over the bottom of the crater, making it light as day, and where had been the mining machinery. The great buildings that had housed convicts and balloon people, and the huge edifice that contained the pumping station, there was just nothing. Nothing at all. The devilish ray of Axelson had not merely destroyed them, it obliterated all traces of them. The crew of the liner was still breathing the remnants of the atmosphere that still lay at the bottom of the crater of Pitha. But beyond the twin landing stages constructed by the World Federation, another building arose. with an open front. And that front was a huge mirror, now scintillating under the searchlight from the black ship. That's it, sir. That's what? The deflecting mirror I was speaking of. That's what deflected the ray and wiped out China. The ray didn't come from the moon. That's the mirror that deflects the teleradio waves, the super Hertzian rays that carry not sound. Nat did not answer. Sick at heart at the failure of his mission, he was watching the swarm of moon men who were at work upon the mechanism that controlled the apparatus. Dwarfed, apish creature with tiny limbs and chest stood out like barrels. They busted about, chanting in shrill voices. It seemed like the piping of birds. It was evident that Axelson, though he'd wiped out the moon convicts and the moon people, convicts and the moon people in the crater, had reserved a number of the latter for personal use. Alright, folks, time got away from me here. We are out of time for the evening. I really hope you enjoyed this, our first episode of the new season, the third season of Paper Cuts. I certainly had an absolute blast reading. Guarding Gus was such a great time. We will pick up next week on Friday with more of this issue of Astounding Stories. And we'll see how far we get. If we get through Astounding Stories, I have other things planned. But, either way, this has been Paper Cuts. And I hope it didn't sting.